Oh shit. Hi. Fuck. Hello. Hi. Thank you for the raid. How are you? Gore, can I get a shout out, please? Hello. Now we're playing Wuthering Waves. I need to pick it up and see if it's any good. I haven't tried it out yet. What the fuck is going on with my mic? What the hell? Hold on. Hold on. 1 second. I dropped like a million things on my desk. It scared me so bad. Hi. Hello. Hi, Raiders. I just started today. Oh, okay, cool. I'm not behind. I mean, I know the game just came out like 2 days ago, but I'm half asleep all the time. So, hi. Hello. I hope y'all are doing well. I hope y'all had a good stream. Oh. I'm running off like 3 hours of sleep, gang. We fighting for our life. Gore, thank you for petting chat. Did the bark not happen? Did the bark not work? Hold on. Why is my bark? Oh, pipe doesn't work. I have to fix pipe. Bark doesn't work now. It worked last night. What the fuck? Richard! Oh, Tommy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the dog pound. I hope you're having a great day. God damn it. Why does bark not work? Hold on. We're gonna troubleshoot real quick. We don't wanna hear you say, ah! Oh. Hold on, we're gonna troubleshoot. Why the fuck is... pipe doesn't work. I can't get pipe to work. I don't know why. Why the fuck is bark not working now? I'm gonna kill Trigger Fire. Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about all the good things and the bad things that will be. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Why the fuck is bark not working? Why did it just go off? Hold on. Troubleshooting. Fuck! I hate Trigger Fire. Trigger Fire makes me want to die. Let's talk about sex. No, there's no delay. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Fucking, I got raided and nothing works. Oh no. It worked last night. I literally tested it before I went to bed last night. Why can't I bark? I'm barkless. I'm barkless. I'm barkless. What the fuck? About sex, baby. Oh, thank you for feeding Grim. It's not okay. I worked so hard on this. Custom reward. Bark. Hold on. What we're gonna do is we're gonna make it capitalized. Hold on. We're gonna capitalize it. It's case sensitive. Hi Nick, how are you? I'm trying to get my bark redeem to work. Ah! I'm in hell. Alright, whatever. I was so excited for y'all to get to bark at me, but we'll just turn it off for now. Because I'm apparently in hell. I have to go to work. Like, what the fuck ever. Oh, yes, please go eat. Everybody who came from the raid, please go eat if you need to. Go take care of yourself. Go take your meds. Go get water. Doge is back. I'm gonna actually move Doge to the corner of this. Doge being centerfold bit much for me. I have no idea where this is about to put him. I can bark at you, no problem. Thank you. Oh god, the cooldown works for me too? That's some bullshit. Okay, well we're just gonna test that in a little bit. God, what is happening with my radio? Doge is loud. Okay, I can turn him down. Hold on. Doge on the beat, ho. Okay. Okay. Let's test Doge again. We're just doing this live. It's fine. Is he still really loud? He's loud as hell. None of that. Oh god, Doge has to go away until I can fix it. Nothing's working on Trigger Fire. I'm gonna cry. Fuck him up. I'm gonna do my stuff. I'm gonna cry. This is the worst. Nothing's working. I'm gonna cry. I'm too tired for this. Hi, Kula. I'm also dying. I'm too tired. I've eaten one waffle and it's 5 p.m. I've had one waffle all day. I am so sleepy. One waffle and 3 hours of sleep. Nah, I'm good. I'm not really hungry if you want me to be honest. Sorry, sometimes you just gotta... Why don't I eat? I wasn't hungry. I'm not hungry! Stop yelling at me! Why is everybody yelling? God, it's too early in the morning for this. Stop yelling at me. It's too early for y'all to be yelling at me. Fucking rude. I'm out of here. Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all. Oh fuck, hold on. I can't. Fuck y'all. Like, fuck y'all yelling at me first thing in the morning. I'm yelling because I feel like it. Oh, Jesus. Look at that. Look at this. Look at what y'all have done to me. I'm out of here. Sorry, the way I fade into chat is really funny to me. Hey, bitches. What you doing? What y'all doing over here? The hell are y'all doing over here? Yeah, what are y'all doing over here? Hmm? What's going on up there? That's crazy. Talking shit about me. Anyways. Anyways. Scouting for dog boys. Look. Look. He a fan. He a fan. He a fan. He a fan. He a freaky ass. He a 69 god. Freaky ass. He a 69 god. Why? Hey, 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 run for your life. Hey, 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 run for your life. 69 god. 69 god. Hey, 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 run for your life. Hey, 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 run for your life. OV ho, OV ho, OV ho, OV ho. Now step that way, step that way, and then step this way, step that way. Are you my friend? Are you locked in? Now step that way, and then step this way, step that way. I only just got a notification. Oh, it's fine. I just went live like 15 minutes ago, so you're not missing much. Learning how to use your flirting lines. How's that going for you, bestie? Anyone got the diss tracks order? I got you. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. Okay. So the diss track order list is, write this down. This is important, all right? So it starts with Like That by Future and Metro Boomin. Kendrick Lamar is featured on that song. Hold on. I actually have that song. So we'll start there. Starts here. Starts here. After this, it's Push-Ups by Drake. Then Tailor Made Freestyle by Drake. Those two were released on the same day. Then Euphoria by Kendrick Lamar. And then 616 in LA by Kendrick Lamar. Then Family Matters by Drake. Then immediately after Family Matters, Meet the Grams by Kendrick Lamar. Then it's Not Like Us, Kendrick Lamar. And then The Heart Part 6 by Drake. And that's where it ended. Doesn't it start with first person shooter? No. But yeah, no, I got you. I was strangely invested. I'm so mad. Y'all were able to bark at one point. Maybe if I... One second. Fuck! Why can't I bark? Oh wait. Wait. Is that what I did wrong? Hold on. Yeah, it's just an audio redeem. Or it was when it worked yesterday. Fucking piece of shit. If I like that. Hold on, I'm gonna do something. One second.
Hey yo.
Thank you so much for this resub, Jax. 2 months, hell yeah. Hey yo, indeed. How are you doing? Thank you for your donation to the cult. Hold on. Aw. I'm troubleshooting. Fuck! Yeah, that's exactly what happened, actually, was that he dropped a diss track and, like, within 20 minutes, it was an original, like, it's just big me. Bum. Yeah, and then within, like, 30 minutes, it, like, he had another one out already. Pet Cemetery. Okay. Hold on. Is the layer muted? No, it's not. It's the same layer as everything else. I'm just watching anime with Rango. Oh, fuck yeah. Give Rango a kiss for me, please. God damn it. It's just Trigger Fire. Trigger Fire just sucks. Yes, Gord did actually show me the movie Rango the other day. It was like watching taxidermied animals do something. I don't know what it is, if you want me to be completely honest, Gore. I think it's just, it hates me. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know why it doesn't work. It worked last night. I had no issues with it last night. Maybe I should get rid of the description? I mean, the description worked. Don't worry, I'm giving back all of the... No, it doesn't play in my ears either. I don't know. Trigger Fire's ass. I'm gonna get something else, I think. Because I don't know why Trigger Fire is the worst. I will spend like hours of my time. I literally sat here for like hours yesterday setting up a bunch of stuff. And it just said, get fucked. So, guess I'm gonna get fucked. No, Trigger Fire doesn't do anything, baby. It doesn't, like, you can come back here and look. It doesn't actually, like, pop up. Like, Trigger Fire is not a thing that like triggers. It's just like you set it up in Trigger Fire and then you put it on your OBS, and to test it you have to test it through OBS because Trigger Fire doesn't show anything outside of the setup. And Trigger Fire is touch and go, I've discovered. Because this is not the first time I've set something up that didn't work. But also, long time no see. Yeah, I know. Long time no talk indeed. How have you been? Hold on. Trigger Fire. I guess I could use Streamer Bot. I'll figure it out another day. I'm too tired. And I'm not gonna try and figure it out on stream, because I'm just gonna piss myself off, so. Doing this live is probably the best way to make sure it works. Well, it worked yesterday! I tested it 100 times, and it worked! So, maybe I'm just stupid. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it was yesterday, and I tested it like 100 times, and it worked just fine. Today's a day, I know. Trigger Fire makes me want to kill myself. So, oh well. I'll look into fixing it tomorrow. Whatever. Whatever, man. Whatever. It's a fucking frustrating is what it is. Frustrating as hell. Anyways. Ah! I thought I turned off the redeem. God damn it. Stop wasting your channel points on it. It's not worth it. It doesn't work. Take those back. Thank you for petting chat. Today is just not my day. Aww. Oh, y'all are watching Dungeon Meshi. I love that. Look at his little fucking chair. Look at Rango's little fucking chair, man. I love that for y'all. I love that for y'all. Alright, let's get this fucking game booted up. Oh, it's okay. I appreciate it. I've just kind of been having a crappy day in general. I've been very tired. I've not slept much today. I've not really eaten today. I'm just running on nothing today. And now my Trigger Fire is not working. But You know what? The fuck ever. Like, eh. Let me turn on the audio for y'all so y'all can actually hear the game. I'm not hungry though. Is the problem. I'm not hungry. Okay. Let's... Oh, fuck me. Okay. Music is loud. I know. I'm adjusting. I'm adjusting. Tryphobia. Okay. Sorry! Is it better? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it so loud. I'm so sorry. Okay, so there's a nightmare mode. And an arcade mode. Let's do an arcade mode. The doppelgangers you let in don't kill you immediately, but at the end of the run. Get a score rank at the end of the run. Possibility to find and complete the Chester's quiz. Alright, we'll try this. I've never played this game before, by the way, so we're trying something new together as a family. I've heard good things, though. The following short film is a product of DDD with educational purposes. Those dripple ditties? Hello, if you're watching this film, it's because you're the new doorman in your building. Hell yeah, I am. I love having a job. Your job is to determine whether a person who wants to enter the building is a doppelganger. Bet. Alright. As everyone knows, doppelgangers have the ability to transform into another person and impersonate them. Alright. I love playing video games that give me a job because I don't have one in real life. But some are not too good at it and could generate imperfections. You have to pay close attention to the appearance of your neighbors. Also, remember to fill out the checklist for each neighbor. Okay. I could do that. You can't miss any detail because it could mean death for you and your neighbors. Do I also live... Oh, Jesus. Do I also live here? This is the structure of your office. Now we are going to explain how it works. Alright. Here's the security window. Don't forget to observe very well each individual who approaches. Who would hire a dog for this job? I would. A German Shepherd would kick ass on this job. On the right of you, you have the folders with all the data of each neighbor according to the respective floors. Okay. Thank you for making it flash, so I know. To fill out the checklist, take one of the lists in front of you. Okay. Receive documents from this hatch. Alright. Yeah, the flashing lights actually really helps me know what the hell we're talking about here. If you determine that the individual isn't a doppelganger, then allow them into the building with these buttons. Alright. Also, can we just talk about the fact that they made this in black and white like they knew I was a dog? Otherwise, if you determine that it is in fact a doppelganger, press the emergency button and call 3312. Alright, 3312. To communicate with the DDD or any apartment in your building, use the telephone in front of you. I'm vibing. Your job is really important, so make sure you do it right. Well, you know. I don't think I've ever done anything right in my entire life, as you can see from the beginning of stream. Finally, we congratulate the doorman of the month, Henry. Sup, Henry? It wasn't that he did an excellent job, but he was the only doorman in the area who didn't get killed by doppelgangers. Fuck it up, Shaggy Rogers. Thank you for the hydrate. I don't have a drink, I just realized, so I'm just gonna get a really big glob of spit and swallow that. Alright. Welcome and congratulations on your new job. Alright. Man, this place is dirty as hell. Hello, good day. Ratfelsian. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Outcast Ghost. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Okay. How do I know which floor you're from? This does look like you. Ooh, okay, there are a set of twins on that floor. Alright, Ratfelian Capuchin. ID number 6329. She's a housewife. 6329. 6329. Ratfelian Capuchin. She's a housewife. Long face, big nose, straight hair, wears a headband. Okay, that seems to be about right. Is she on today's list? Ah, yes, she is. Sorry, here's my entry request. Okay. I'm a resident of the building. I went out to visit my parents. Apartment 3-4. Is that correct? Apartment 3-4? Okay, yeah. Looks good to me. Excellent. The door, please. Come on in. Have a good one. Hello, sir. Hello. Dr. W. Afton. William Afton? I'm a resident in the building. My apartment is the 01 on the 3rd floor. Okay. You don't have an ID. Okay. Your ID does not have your date of birth on it. You are also not on today's list. I had to leave due to an emergency at work. Robust eyebrows. Oh, William Afton, yeah. Wears glasses, short hair, round nose, square head. I mean, his appearance looks fine. Matches with his ID. Matches with this. He's not on today's— I'm sorry, you're not on today's list. I have not used a rotary phone in a minute. Three, 1, 2. Call his wife? Oh, okay. Don't call if there's no emergency in progress. Does he have a wife? I don't think he has a wife. Apartment phone number 1425. 1425, okay. 1, 4, 2, 5. Hello? Hello? Dr. Afton speaking. My fiance is not at home. Is she back? You aren't there. Mr. Afton's already home. Mr. Afton's already home, sir. Get the fuck out of here. You've contacted the DDD. A group of agents has been sent to your building. Thank you very much. Please wait for the cleaning protocol to run. Sounds good to me. It's 1995. Cleaning protocol completed. All right. Not today, Purple Guy. Not today. You can continue your job. Yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy trying to get me got. Oh, you... Good afternoon. You are on the list today. Are you 10? Isaac Gauss. Isaac Gauss. 22. ID number is 2369. Okay. 2369. Hi, Yiggy!
Don't fuck with me! I have the power of God and anime on my side!
Wait,
How are you? How was your stream? I hope it was good. I saw that you were playing Binding of Isaac. I was hanging out there earlier. Also, hi Raiders, how are you? I hope you're all doing well. I'm the resident of the building. I come from my job as a reporter. Okay. This seems fine to me. He's got everything he needs. Gotta make a phone call? Yeah. Go make your phone call. Thank you for the raid. Also, the year is off? Is it? Where do you see the year? So it's 1955, 1956, or 1965. It doesn't have a year here. And it doesn't show a year here. 7332.
Cyber 44 dance, Cyber 44 cozy, Cyber 44 headpat, Cyber 44 heart, Cyber 44 pogger shake.
Thank you so much for the resub, third word. 28 months in a row is insanity. That's fucking crazy. Thank you for your donation to the cult. Also, thank you so much for the following. Is it Migs? Migs Aqua? Welcome to the dog pound. I hope you're having a great day. I'm gonna let him in. Everything seems fine. His appearance looks fine. I know the date is weird, but I wasn't necessarily instructed to watch the date. And I just called his house and he's not home. I don't have anything to double check the birth year with though. You know what I mean? He's a reporter. I come from my job as a reporter. MGS? Migs? Oh. I don't know why his ID would say that, Gore. Calendar's on the far left. Yeah. Okay, fine. I'll give it to y'all. I'll give it to y'all. I think the calendar's weird too, but everything else seemed fine. Alright. A group of agents has been sent to your building. Training protocol completed. I feel like I just killed a man. I feel like I just got a man killed. I don't know until the end of the night, so... Good afternoon. Hello, are you on my list for today? Angus Ciprani. 68. Yeah, see, that's 68! You trying to tell me this man looks 13? He's wearing a hat. Your appearance is off. You're wearing a hat. You're wearing a hat. Why are you wearing a hat? Is it an expiration date? I think it is an expiration date. Yeah, I think it's a fucking expiration date, Gore. We just killed a man! We just killed a man! Where's a hat? Where is your hat, sir? No, you didn't. Where the fuck is your hat? We just killed a man that was here, coming home from work. Gore got that man killed. Gore got that man killed fast as fuck. Oh my god, Gore! This is why I don't listen to Gore. Gore got that man killed. We've let one person in! Hi, or whatever. Sup, Anastasia Mikolas. I mean, that looks like you. I live here or whatever. My apartment is the 4th on the 2nd floor. Yeah, it sure is. Student 4462. Thank you so much for the hydrate, guys. I don't have a liquid, so I'm just gonna swallow more of my spit for you. Delicious. Thank you so much. You're on today's list. You have the entry request. Everything looks good. Everything looks... That's your backpack, I think. What I'm seeing behind you. Yeah, that's her bag. Tired eyes, 2 ponytails, small nose, round face. Yeah, that looks like her. Alright, come on in. Oh, thank you. Or brought me a drink. So I can stop swallowing my spit. Good afternoon, sir. You do not have an entry request. Where is it? Okay, thank you. Alright, I took a sip. I'll take a late sip. Why are you wearing a hat? McCloy Rudd Boys. I'll take another sip. For the hydrate earlier. Gore brought me a Coke. McCloy Rudd Boys? Why are you wearing a hat? You're not supposed to be wearing a hat, sir. Why are you wearing a hat? You're wearing a hat. What floor are you supposed to be on? 3-3? Yeah, has a mustache, big note. Always wears a hat. I'm not stupid. Criminal! Get the fuck out of here! Criminal! Imagine having to write an entry request every time you wanted to go home. God, it would be so obnoxious. But I guess in this universe where you have to deal with doppelgangers, that's just life, baby. I killed a man. God, I've got blood on my hands. Oh, it does not feel good. Good afternoon. You Albertsky Peachman. Oh, you're welcome here as a fellow peach. Is your hair going the right direction? Okay, yeah, it is. Not expired. Albertsky Peachman. Okay. 6354? What floor do you live on? 1-2. 6354. You're a shoemaker. Mustache, prominent chin, big nose, big eyebrows, long face. Yeah, that sounds about right. Shoemaker. Okay. I'm a resident of the building. I come from my job as a shoemaker. Alright. Yeah, okay. Everything seems to check out for you. Everything's in order. Have a good day. Come on in. Absolutely can. Have a good one. Is this your husband? He could be. Peach man. Hi, you don't have an entry request. Okay. Who are you? You're also not on my list. I had to leave due to an emergency? Uh-huh. You don't have a expiration date? My apartment on the 1st floor? Lois Selinsky. She's a housewife. Mole. Small nose, big lips. 1152. 1152. Yeah, I'm about to send this bitch to the pound. What the fuck? Hi, Roman. Is your wife home? My wife and I are in the apartment right now. We're not expecting any visitors today. Witch! 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 She's a fucking witch! To the pound with her! Be gone! Alright, fuck that bitch. The witch pound! Begone! Alright. Who's next? Ah! Look who it is. You're wearing a hat again. You're wearing a hat again. Always wears a hat. Always wears a hat. Why doesn't your photo have any hats? 58? Okay. 4611. 4611 is retired. Okay. See, I don't know the song for this game. Third word, I don't. I know there is a song for the game. Smokes. Always wears a hat. Well, he's wearing his hat. I come in from doing the shopping. 33, yeah. Sounds about right. 33. McCloy Rudd Boys. McCloy Rudd Boys. Your card's gonna expire in the next couple years. Alright, everything looks good to me. Yeah, can't say there's anything wrong here. Come on in, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you? You were not on my list today. The fuck's up with that? I had to leave due to an emergency at work? That's what they all say. 78? Alright, let's see. 5115. Alright, Miss Mia. What floor are you from? Ah, you're Mr. Afton's wife. I'm pretty sure you were home when I called a little while ago. Ma'am? Small round nose, she has freckles, oval face, thin eyebrows. What do you think those lips are capable of? I don't know. 1425. We're just gonna call your husband real quick. Oh wait, no, her husband was home earlier and said she wasn't home yet, I think is what it was. Dr. Afton speaking. My fiance is not at home. Okay, cool. Is she back? Yes, she is back. It does appear like she is back. Everything here checks out. She's not on the list, but everything else checks out. So, alright, we'll let her in. Come on in. Sucking some mean popsicles. She do be. Alright, how many people did I kill unnecessarily? I captured 3 doppelgangers. Oh no! I killed 2 people! Who did I kill? Mr. Sipperati! No! Oh no. I didn't allow in any doppelgangers though. Alright, let's try this again. We can do it. I'm gonna do it without murdering them at some point. Alright, who's on my list for the day? Okay, okay. Hi. You aren't... what's the meaning of life, the universe, and everything else? 42. That's correct. What is the scientific name of the Australian animal that drastically changes its appearance when removed from its natural habitat? What? Um... 42? Is it a beta fish? I don't think so. That's incorrect. Uh-huh. Goodbye. Okay, bye. The fuck? Why are the homeless men showing up on my doorstep, bothering me while I'm at work to ask me stupid-ass questions? Hello, ma'am. Hi, Celine. How are you? Alright. Oh, Illinois? Why is your name wrong? Yeah, your name on your ID is incorrect. It says Illinois. But here I have you. Oh, wait, there's twins. Oh, I had the wrong twin. My bad. Never mind. It looks fine. My bad. What is that? 4956? 4956, okay. Model. Left cheek. Slim. Long neck. Has a twin. Alright, well. My bad. 1-4. Well, ID looks fine. She's got an entry request. She's on today's list. Both her and her sister are on today's list. I just looked up the answer. What was the answer? Yeah, she looks fine. What the fuck? Yeah, no, I never would have gotten that. I don't know scientific animal names. Oh, the blobfish. Fucking Bert? Sir, you're not on my list today. Due to an emergency at work, huh? Roman Stalinsky. I'm a public accountant. Live on first floor? 1-1? Wears a hat. One eyebrow, long face, scar on right chin, big nose. The hat, big nose, scar on right chin. 9684? 9684, okay. Wears a hat. I mean, you look fine. Roman Stalinsky, Roman Stalinsky. You're just not on my list for today? Yeah, no, that's Bert. That's Bert, baby. 1152. Let me call your wife real quick. I just want to check with her. Make sure it's okay. Lois Stalinsky speaking. Hey, is your husband home? My husband is not at home. Okay. Is he back? He is, ma'am. He is. 'Cause everything looks great. Alright, well, come on in then. Wife said he wasn't home. Hey, cowboy. Hey, McCloy. Coming in from doing the shopping. You are on my list. Mustache, big nose, always wears a hat. 4611. 4611. Alright, everything looks good to me. Have a good one. Everything should be good. Go on in, sir. So far, everybody's been good. I'm suspicious. Yeah, Mr. Rude Boys is always... Oh my god. Sir, there's something wrong. Worms. They're not worms? What are they, sir? They're pimples? They're pimples. You bet this guy fucks? To the pound! You're also not on today's list. No, you're not. Should be on the list. Do you think there's an error? Look at the list again. No. Sorry, your pimples aren't meant to move like that. Yeah, sorry, buddy. You gotta go to the witch pound. Sorry about it. Get out of my fucking apartment complex. Get out. Get out! Thank you so much for getting that weird, ugly, nasty ass, butt fuck looking motherfucker out of my apartment complex. Alright. Who's next? Hello, you do not have your entry request. Thank you so much. This is the other sister. This is Celine. Celine. 9514. Okay. First floor. 9514. Mole on right cheek. Yeah, looks about right. Resident of the building. 14. Alright, well, everything looks fine for you. On today's list, everything looks good to me. Come on in, have a good one. Fucking, I thought the twins were gonna be more of a pain in my ass, but it turns out no. The fuck is this? Why is there a clown at my window? Sir? Ever dream this clown? Every night, all over the world, hundreds of people see this clown in their dreams. If the clown appears in your dreams, don't play any game with him. If you want more information, go to Nacho Game. Alright, I'll, hold on to that. Okay, goodbye. What the fuck is going on today? Good afternoon, sir. Where's your entry request? Thank you so much. You were also not on my list for today. The fuck's up with that? You're not. You're not on today's list. I should be on the list? Do you think so? Look at the list again? I don't see you. Arnold Schmidt. 9322. A resident of the building. I'm a writer. Arnold Schmidt on floor 21. 9322. Big eyebrows, prominent mustache, wears a hat, short face. Round face, short hair. Okay, 5123. I'm gonna call your wife real quick. Hope that's okay with you. Okay, so it's 5123. I don't know this man. Whose man's is this? Not my man's. Hi, Gloria Schmidt speaking. My husband is not at home. Okay. So you're not on today's list. But everything else does seem to be good. Husband's not home. 71 9322. 9322. Big eyebrows. Prominent mustache. Wears a hat. He does kind of look like Steve Harvey. You make a good point. Alright, Steve Harvey, go see your wife, I guess. Whatever. Go see your wife. Have a good day. Anyways, who's next? I don't like that this clown's just sitting on the edge of my desk now. Good day, ma'am. You are not on my list today either. The fuck's up with that? Oh? Well, I couldn't count on that. You caught me. What are you gonna do about it? Go ahead, call your DDD friends. They'll never be able to finish us off. In the end, we'll achieve our goals. Uh-huh. Yeah. Alright, demon. Begone! Thought demon! Begone, you demon slut! She seems fine, let her in! Gore said, eh, whatever. Alright. Good afternoon. Where's your entry request, sir? Thank you so much. Stephen Rudd Boys. Oh, are you the son of McCloy? Because McCloy fucks. Does your dad fuck? Obviously. He's you. He has you. Pilot, big nose, wears glasses, short hair, small head. I mean, that seems about right. Alright, what is that? 5965? 5965, alright. Let's see. I mean, everything looks good here to me. We were expecting you and everything, so... everything's in order. Come on in. Thank you, son McCloy. Appreciate that. Alright, let's see what's going on next. Good afternoon. Hello, ma'am. Hello, Mia Stone. You're a 3-1. Teacher, 5115. Your eyebrows are wrong. Your eyebrows are wrong. You think everything's fine with your appearance? Your eyebrows are wrong. You got these thick-ass eyebrows, but here you've got thin eyebrows. And here you've got thin eyebrows. Your eyebrows are wrong. You think she could slob some knobs? Yeah, with those thick-ass eyebrows, she sure could. Go slob some knobs in hell, bitch! Be gone! Slobbing knobs in hell, you whore. Alright. Who's next? Hi. What's up, Robertsky Peachman? Yeah, you look horrified every time I see you. 9730. 9730. Long neck, without eyebrows, big nose, has a goatee. No eyebrows, long neck, goatee, big nose. Shoemaker? You're a shoemaker, right? Yeah. Alright, I mean, everything looks good to me. Come on in. Have a good one. Ah, there she is. Good afternoon. 5115, 78. Mia Stone. 5115, thin eyebrows. Hello, yes, ma'am. What do you mean, Yeah, we killed her doppel. She's good, she's good, she's good. She's good. She can come in. She's on today's list. Yes, ma'am. I bet you she gives good head. Look, why do y'all keep looking at these characters and going, dick suck, blow job, blow job? Alright, how'd I do? How'd I do? How'd I do? How many innocents have I killed? Yes! No blood on my hands, motherfuckers! No blood on my hands. I'm a fucking beast at my job. I need to get my eyebrows done before the 4th of July. Oh, hell yeah. I need to get all my stuff done before we go on vacation. God, I gotta get waxed before we go on vacation. That's crazy. Slayer of Doppels. All right, let's do it again. That's just how you've trained us. I've like clicker. Oh my god. I've like clicker trained y'all with like, haha, dick, blowjob. All right, who's on my list today? Only 4 people. All right. Hi, where's your ID? I'm trying to unlock all of the doppels first. I wanna keep getting all the. I wanna get all the trophies. I wanna get all the trophies. You're not on my list, madam. Today's list. I knew I had to check that. You caught me. All right, goodbye, devil. The devil was trying to get into my fucking house. Nightmare. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. I'm gonna stab them in the neck. They're trying to get me fired. In this economy, I can't live without my job, and they're trying to get me fired? Hello, you're not on my list today either. No, you're not. You think you should be on the list? Look at the list again. Celine. 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 Slim, long neck, mole on right cheek, small pointed nose. I mean, that looks like Celine. I'm calling your sister. 6996. Alright, 69, baby. 6, 9, fucking 9, and 6. I'm calling you sis. Making sure you're home. Hi, Eloise. Eleanor. My sister's not at home? Okay. Okay. 9514. Oh, that, 9514. Okay. Not expired. He's just not on today's list. That's the only thing that's wrong. Alright, you're fine. Go on in. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All I know about this game is I have seen so much porn of the milkman. Good afternoon. Hi, Angus. Alright. 1-3. Small eyes, where's that? Has a mustache. Long neck. I mean, Angus looks good to me. 8845. 8845. Alright, fuck it up, Angus. Oh wait, what's wrong with his mustache? Hold on. Oh my god, you're so right! Wait. There's something wrong with your fucking mustache. You're so right. I didn't even notice that. Good catch, third word. Be gone with you, you thick mustachioed bitch. I was just about to click that unlock too. Good afternoon. Where the fuck's your entry request? Thank you. Now you are on the list. The eyebrows look good. Nose looks good. Arnold Schmidt. 9322. 9322. Hasn't expired yet. Big eyebrows, prominent mustache, hat, round face, short hair. Yeah, it looks like him. Alright. Everything does appear to be in order. Double checking. Yeah, go on in. Have a good one. Alright, who's next? Can I call 911? Oh! Madam! Madam! What's wrong with the hands under you? They are my arms, like the arms of a normal human. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the arms of a normal human. Absolutely. What them hands do? They give the world's tiniest blowjob. Or they give the world's tiniest hand jobs. Or they play the world's smallest violin. Either way, I need her to get the fuck up on out. of my fucking apartment complex. There's so much wrong with you. You're not on my list. No. No, there must be a mistake. You're not Mia Stone. Your eyes are too big. Your eyes are huge. Your eyes are huge. Do you laugh at my eyes? No? I don't. They are massive. All the better to see hell with, my dear. Get fucking got. Jesus Christ. We got freaks in this bitch, left and right. Alright, who's next? Freaks in this bitch, left and right. Turn them out like a light. I feel like I've killed someone on accident. I feel like one of these bitches is never going home to their family. Hi, you're on my list. Al Capuchin. Lawyer, big nose, prominent mustache, uses a monocle, wears a hat, wears a hat? Where's your hat? Is it because of my hat? Yes. I forgot it at home. You can call my apartment and ask my wife. I think I will. 4258. 4258. Where's your husband's hat, ma'am? Is it at home? Ref tellin'? My husband is not at home. Where's his hat? His hat? Yes, he left it here. Okay. Okay. 6347. 347. You lucked out. You lucked the fuck out, sir. You lucked the fuck out. Come on in. Good lord. Good googly moogly, that head was giant. Hello, good afternoon. Hi. Nasha Mikolas, you are our second chef. Right eye blue, left eye green. Right eye blue, left eye green. Okay. Curly hair, freckles, and a round face. Curly hair, freckles, round face. Okay. 5413. 5413. I'm coming in for my job as a chef, as she is. 2424. This seems fine to me. Everything here seems okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think everything here is fine. Come on in, ma'am. I don't like the fact that they stay looking at you the whole time they're coming in. I'm gonna be real honest with y'all about that. I don't care for it much. Your nose is wrong. Well, first of all, ID. Your nose is so wrong. Also, not on today's list. Had to leave due to an emergency at work? Sure. What floor are you on? First floor? What the fuck is up with your nose? Your nose! Your schnoz! Your schnoz! Whatever. Fucking sniff your own ass in hell, sir. And leave me the fuck alone. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to sniff it. I don't want to look at it. Get it away from me. Thank you so much, sir, for cleaning up that piece of shit. Continuing my day. You're on my list. Okay, Angus. Wears a hat, mustache, small eyes, long neck. Yeah, looks about right. 68, 8845, 8845. I'm back from my building. Yeah, that looks fine to me. Yeah, everything here looks good. Have a good one. Thank you kindly, sir. Oh god, it's you again. Hi, homeless man. We've done this. It is 42. Oh, is he about to ask me that question again? Hold on. Gore typed it out. Hold on, I'm scrolling back up. I got it. Aha! What's the name of the only sport that allows you to punch your opponent in the face because they capture a piece? What? They capture a chess? Are you allowed to beat the shit out of your opponent in chess? What's the name of the only sport that allows you to punch your opponent in the face because they capture a piece? What? Chess? Checkers? Damn. Bye. I don't even know what I get by answering these questions correctly. How many people did I get killed on accident? Oh! Didn't kill a single neighbor. God, there were 5 doppels that time around. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Let's try nightmare mode just to see how it works. I'm not sure if nightmare mode is gonna be like a fast version of the original, but we'll try it. Oh, nightmare mode. Very nice, very pretty. You know the drill. Yeah, nightmare mode. It's going great. Greetings, human. Dagda Crom Cratch. I'm a resident of this astral circle. I went out to scare some ghoul. Oh my god, they're ghosts. Okay. Giving him a bedtime kissy. Hi, Ducky. Dagda Crum Crouch. Okay, what floor are you on, sir? 3-4. Soul Scarecrow wears a hat. Mouse Stitch's big head wears a mask. Big Stitch's wears the hat. Ugh. All right. 3219. 3219. Okay. Well, you look good to me, sir. Is it on today's list? Yes, it is. Sorry for the wait, sir. Head on in. Nightmare mode is quite literally letting in monsters. I see. Greetings, human. Ach, phew. Hi, where's your ID, sir? Thank you. 82, okay. 3. Okay, where are you from? 3-3. Bone breaker 3647. Okay, 3647. Okay, this looks right. Wears a mask, round head, short hair, round ears, small eyes. Okay. Yeah, this seems to be okay, I think. Everything seems to be okay. So you can go on in, sir. Have a good one. I don't like nightmare mode. I've just discovered nightmare mode not fun for me. Hi. Who did I just let in? Uh-oh. I just let somebody in. Uh-oh. 42. You okay? You alright in there? Ooh. Coyotes. Pook and I are in the apartment right now. Yeah, there's something wrong here. I'm just trying to figure out... Round head, short hair, round ears, small eyes. Something here. Something not right here. I just can't... I don't know. Hi, Morrison. How are you? I just let somebody in, so I'm gonna have to assume that they're fine. Because it said it'll kill you automatically if you let in an intruder. So... that has to be an intruder. I don't know how, though. How goes the stream? Pretty good. We might play some Stardew Valley when I'm done with this, honestly. Because I'm sleepy. Oh, greetings. Anazareth, Anazarel. Yeah, that looks about right. Comparing you to your photo here. 69, 9876. Let's see. Oops, it's second floor. First floor. 9876. Small pointed nose, 7 horns, wears earrings, 3 tattoos, sharp teeth. 3 tattoos, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 horns. Went out to create curses? Yeah, that's what she does. Okay. Yeah, no, all that looks good to me. Have a good one. Hope that doesn't kill me. Who are you? Don't trust them. The DDD? Okay. What? Hi, Willie. Where's your entry request? Thank you. Thank you, Springtrap. Orcus Dispater. I mean, that looks good. It's 67, 4964. Yeah, thanks, William Afton. Orcus Dispater, 4964. Collects skins. Wears a mask, bright eyes, long smile, dark skin. Wears a mask, bright eyes, long smile, dark skin. That seems right. Collects skins. Yeah, that doesn't look wrong. And he's on my list. So I guess we're letting him in. Have a good one. Yeah, there's a lot of William Aftons in this game. Am I about to get jumped? Please don't. Okay, next. Hi, beautiful. Lilith Lithu Lewit. 67. 1725. You're on first floor. 1725. You're a witch. Small pointed nose, pointed ears, wears earrings, 5 tattooed eyes. 5 tattooed eyes and has fangs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Long ears, has earrings. Pointed nose. Has fangs. That seems fine. Yeah, absolutely would. You walked by me with great indifference. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, absolutely would for this woman. Honestly, babes, you get in just because you're hot. Have a good one. No, 2 of them are her actual eyes. Hey. Almost guy chases me here too. Last name of the man behind the true face of the mask, most known to internet users. What the mask is. Voorhees? I don't know how to spell Voorhees. Yeah, that's what the point of the mask is. I don't know Dream's last name. I'm not a child. Greetings. I just let you in. So this has to be wrong. I don't know how this is wrong. But this is wrong, because I just let you in and you would have already killed me. So, goodbye. Yeah, to the priest? Yeah, I don't know where these guys go. Back to Party City with you. I already let him in. It said that if I let in the wrong person, it would kill me. So that means I let in the right one already. This is nightmare mode, so if I let in the wrong person, they would have killed me. Hi, Barbados Barbarum. How's it going? 6989. 6989. 15 thorns. Small nose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Where's the 15th? We're missing 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, 15. I just don't know how to count. 2 tattoos, big teeth, small eyes. Big teeth, small eyes. Yeah, that looks about right. Alright, come on in. You seem good. Come on in. I already let you in. Your mouth is wrong. No, your mouth is wrong. The stitch is on the wrong side. Get out of here. I already let you in anyways, but the stitch is on the wrong side. Go to hell. Go get stitched back up at Party City. Fucking defunct land ass. Alright. You can continue your job? Alright. Thank you. No. Mm-mm. You're not right. I already let her in. I already let her in. 6996. Yeah, I already let you in. Lilith speaking. Anzareth and I are in the apartment right now. What I fucking thought. Something wrong with your appearance. I'm just as beautiful as ever. You're not on the list. Anyways, there should be an option for I already let this person in. You know what I mean? There should be an option for I've already spoken to this person today. Alright. I'm doing alright. I haven't died yet. Hi, girly. Ishtar. Jesus Christ. Sorry, looking at you out of the corner of my eye is not fun. 8896. You're floor 32. 8896. Long nose, long smile. Long nose, long smile. Okay. Round head, curly hair, big eyes. Round head, curly hair, big eyes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Hi, Jamal. How are you? Everything here seems fine. Go on in, bud. She is named after 2 goddesses. That is true. Do you want to play a game? No. I don't. Can you leave? Can you leave? I don't dig clowns. Please leave. Don't get yourself in trouble, Gems. Oh. This man just killed the fucking cleaning protocol. Don't clown honk at me. Let's play. First, let me clean the table. What the fuck? What? I will only explain the rules once. What's happening? We will play with cards. The winner is the one who runs out of cards. Okay. How did you do this? We will take turns and can only use 1 card per turn. How did you do this? Only a card greater than or equal to the one in play can be used. How the fuck? Or any of the wild card cards. Jack, Queen, King, Ace. These cards can always be played. Any card will beat a wild card. If you can't use a card, you must draw from the deck. Okay. What? If you can play the use card, then use it. Okay. Otherwise your turn ends until you have 6 cards. Oh, thank you so much for the pet. I need it. This guy's stressing me out. Best of 3. Oh, Jesus. He just killed my protector. 9? Okay. Ace, Queen, 7, 10, 6. Okay, I win. Okay. Damn. Queen. Use the 7. 9. Use the Jack. 2. Use the 8. Okay. 10. I'm pissing this guy off. Oh my god. Oh my god. This guy just murdered a man to play cards with me! Can I have my shit back? We're just not gonna talk about that? Well, I defeated nightmare mode. So if nothing else. Be murdered? Ooh, okay. Capture 100 doppelgangers. Get an F rank. Survive 40 playthroughs. Beat Chester's quiz. Survive without opening any folders. Ooh. Complete 100 playthroughs. Discover the secret of the universe. Meet the Peach doppelganger. Welcome 42 as VIP. Welcome Peach as VIP. Welcome the nurse as VIP. Complete the evil Chester's quiz. Unlock all the achievements. Be murdered by the entity and get haunted by the mask ghost. What the f- Huh? What? Okay, I'll play the normal version one more time. And then, I think we'll switch to Stardew for a little bit. I guess I do have a doppelganger. Fucking nobody told me. Welcome and congratulations on your new job. I'm good at this job. I'm damn good at this job. Good afternoon. Do you have your ID? Do you have your entry request? Jesus. You're also not on today's list. You too? I don't know about that. 7332. I'm gonna call that room real quick. And if nobody picks up, then you're not actually home. We'll see. We will fucking see. Alright, nobody picked up. Big eyebrows, big smile, prominent chin, big nose. 2369. 2369. You're not on today's list, but you do match all of the other stuff. So get inside. Whatever. Alright, who's next? Good afternoon. You're not on today's list either. Emergency at work, huh, Mr. Peachman? 6354. 6354. Shoemaker has a mustache, prominent chin, big nose, big eyebrows, long face. Mustache. Chin. Something feels off here. I don't know what it is. Birdsky. Alright, whatever, get in, I guess. If you kill everyone, you kill everyone, I suppose. I guess I could have called. I probably should have called. Hello, Arnold. How you doing today? Why doesn't your ID have a... Do you not? It doesn't have an expiration date on it. I'm calling the cops. It doesn't have an expiration date on it. You're not allowed to be here without an expiration date on your ID. What the fuck, Richard? Alright, next. I'm not being as careful. Because I'll probably just get another trophy if I let myself get killed. I'm not being as careful. Good afternoon. You are on my list. I'm for my job as a lawyer. Yeah, sure, everything looks good here. Yeah, it should be. Head on in. I'm just like speed running it. What's up, girlfriend? 85. Alright. You're on my list. Yeah, sure, you look good. Come on in. Speed running it. Let's see what happens if I just speed run it. Good afternoon. Hmm. Was it 5132? I think it was. It wasn't. 5123. 5123. Hey, your husband's here. Okay, cool. Well, he's home now, baby. I say that daddy's home. Ow! Oh, absolutely not. What the fuck is wrong with your eyes? They are most normal human eyes, like any other. Are they? Are they? I don't think they are, sir. He's got a lazy eye in both eyes. He's got a lazy eye in both eyes. Is that what you're trying to sell me on, Gore? Alright. Alright, looks good to me. Welcome home, Italian. I'm just playing the classic mode. Why is your face so chumps? You're not on today's list. No. There must be a mistake. I should be on the list. You're not. Look at the list again. No. Also, where the fuck's your entry request? Also, why the fuck is your face so round? Your face is round as hell. Oh, do you? You think everything's fine? You think that's fine? You look like me after I was done being pregnant. Get out of here. Get out! Be gone! There's so much wrong here. Alright. Working. I'm a good hard worker. Boss makes $1 and I make a dime. I let in somebody that wanted me dead. Damn. Who'd I let in? No DDD logo? I knew there was something weird about him. I got. Shit. Okay, hold on. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I die on company time. You heard it here first, gang. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Ready for my show. Okay. Listen. Yeah, I think it's some Stardew time. Let me check my mods real quick. Make sure my mods are good. Thank you for the pad score. Chat, give Gore sloppy, wet kisses on the mouth for giving you pets. That's the only fair thing to do in this situation. Gore deserves sloppy, wet kisses. There's a compatibility issue. Oh, that's whatever. Okay, hold on. I gotta update some mods real quick. So we're gonna do that while we hang out. No. Oh no. Warning, na, ready for my show. Shout it out, na, ready for my show. Shout it out. You don't know how to change my category? Don't worry about it. I'll get it. Rumble round. Oh, I got it. Thank you. I got it. All right, are we vibing, chat? Are we having a good time, chat? Sorry, I really love boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I die on company time. That is really fucking funny to me. I don't know why, but it's hysterical to me. Na, ready for my show. Na, ready for my show. Alright, where the fuck are my files? I don't know where any of my files are. Oh, there they are. Okay. Shout it out. Bow. All right. And extract all. Bunny is eating. Oh, hell yeah. What's she eating? I'm going back where my roots ain't watered down. Alright, should be good now. Let's see. Tuesday's fried rice? Hell yeah. I love that for her. My girl's busting it down. I mean, I made it Wednesday, so... Also, chat, tomorrow I'm not gonna be streaming, because my little cousin... I say little, but, like, she's not little at all. She's not little at all, but she just graduated high school. So, she's having a high school graduation party tomorrow, right during the time where I normally stream. So I won't be streaming tomorrow because I'll be with her at her graduation party. She's my baby, so I have to be there for her. I hope everybody understands. I hope you all understand. My book. Lipo. Breeze is known to buy. Here we come on my road, did not. But I also want to play more Another Crab's Treasure, so I think I might do that Sunday? If I'm not doing Stardew with Yiggy and Ducky. Alright, let's see if my mods are all good. Am I good? Okay, mods are all good. Everything looks good. We're gonna nut together, chat. Hold on 1 second. Okay. We're nutting together, chat. Let's nut together, chat. Where the fuck is... There it is. God damn. Together we nut, chat. Together we goon, chat. Together we goon. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. Ride together. Nut together. Together we do all. Crowd control? Oh yeah, it's not on. It's not on currently. I think if I do crowd control for y'all, I'd have to make you guys like I had to start Stardew Valley all over again so y'all could affect it from the very beginning. Oh, hi, Krobus. Look at him skedaddling. Oh yeah, I know. It's unsuccessful. It does that every time I open Stardew. Have you not noticed that? Sorry, not to sound judgmental. Have you never noticed that before? It does it every time I open Stardew. Find the shadowy figure. Get my throne, getting my parade, oh, my parade. My folk. Lipo. Bees is known to bite. Bees are not known to bite, actually. So when she says that, I'm not really 100% sure what she means. Because I personally have never known a bee to bite me. That's just me personally. Maybe she knows something I don't know. Museum. Alright, I've been out of different lives. I'm pretty happy with this. This is pretty nice for me. Alright, so what should we chat about? I don't really have much, like, to update y'all on, really, and not much has really been happening in my life. I've just been same as always, honestly. Working on 2.0. Overwhelming myself unintentionally. Unintentionally stressing myself out unnecessarily. No, same old. I'm like trying to think, like, what else has happened in my life? Give us your social security number, my special security number. No. I will not. Jesus. Jesus. I wanna live fear and loathing. Like I am floating instead of constantly exploding. Chat, do y'all think y'all deserve my social security number? That sexy little secret number that every baby gets when they're born? What if I was like, look, I won't tell you mine, but what if I tell you bunnies instead? Will you forgive me then? God, that would make me like the worst mother alive, I think. Auctioning off my daughter's social security number for money. It'd be the worst mom. I don't have a heater in here. Oh my god. I need to get y'all a heater. Jesus. Poor babies. Hold on. Gotta go get a heater real quick. A fear. A fear. Alright. I don't really want to share with chat, if you want me to be completely honest with you. It's not anything personal against chat. I just don't. Ooh, shorts. Well... which item do I need? Not that one. This one? Oh, that one. Okay. You hate chat. Is that just what we've decided? Gore, have you just decided unanimously for all of chat that I just hate y'all? Is that what's been decided just now? God damn it. I'd like to be able to at least finish this. But there's not a single one of the babies I need. Oh, so you're just taking on the... You're just leaning into the role of chat's husband now, I see. You didn't used to give a damn. Is that rain that I'm hearing? Or is somebody falling off the roof right now? I have so many questions. Please answer that. Please answer them. Oh, it's rain. Okay. Jesus. Scared the fucking hell out of me. Elliot, would you like a duck feather, my love? Thank you. Pouring outside. Okay, thank fucking Christ. I got real scared for a second there. So what you mean to tell me is that my stream could end at any moment. Thanks to the joy that is, a random storm. Hi, Drakina, how are you? Ooh. Welcome back for this. Do 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 do. We got Lewis's pants. Should probably give those to him. Rocks. Rocks. And rocks. Roxanne. You don't have to put on that dress tonight. God. Can I sound any more drunk? I'm not even drunk. I'm just sleepy. Ugh. I'm like, I promise I'm not drunk. I'm just really tired. Hi, Kay. How are you? Fucking Lewis! Sorry. I don't mean to lose my shit, but Lewis is never where I fucking want him to be, ever. Fucking asshole. I've been okay. I was talking to Chet earlier about the fact that I am running off quite literally 3 hours of sleep and fighting for my life as we speak. So that's definitely been a fun change of pace for me today. I have had a waffle today, and that has been pretty much it. I woke up when Gabe woke up for work. What time does Gabe get up for work? What the fuck? Oh, that's Alex at the spa. Okay, where the hell is Lewis? Lewis? Oh, it's Marnie's day off. He's probably fucking her. No, he's at the beach! Oh my god. 7 a.m.? Oh my god, yeah. That's what time Bunny woke me up, actually. She decided at 7 a.m. that she wanted pancakes. So at 7 a.m. she got pancakes! Because she's my baby and I can't say no. I have a problem. And my problem is being unable to say no to my child. Not like she would really understand it, though. Here, Lewis. Fucking dighead. Bunny makes the rules, I just follow them. It's so fucking true. So yeah, no, that girl woke up, had herself some pancakes and some milk, and then yelled at me until I picked her up and brought her back to bed so we can go back to sleep. And then she woke up an hour later because she just wanted to be up and playing, and I was like, alright, I see how this is. Has the loopy hit yet? Yeah, it's getting there. It's hitting. It's starting to hit. Thank you for the pets. I'm just sitting here sweating. Also, Kay, I saw your message. I just didn't message you back because I've been streaming. But I did see it, and they look really, really good. I'm very sorry I didn't message you back. Oh wait, I didn't want to sell that. Bring that back. That's mine. Should I be playing a game that requires so much of my attention when I'm like half asleep? Probably not. But I'm doing it anyways. Okay. What do I need to build? Hold on. Yeah, you should be playing Elden Ring instead. I've been talking about Elden Ring all fucking day, Gore. Are you not tired of hearing me talk about Elden Ring yet? Are you for real not tired of hearing me talk about Elden Ring? What should I get? Hold on, I'm looking to see what I need to upgrade. Probably... What do I need to make cloth, though? I need a loom. How the fuck do I get a loom? I need sheep. Okay. Well, then I might as well just upgrade my or my, barn to a deluxe barn. 550 wood, 300 stone? 550 wood, 300 stone. Okay. I think I'm gonna need, like, way more wood, so... Oh, actually, I'm pretty close. Are you saying never as in you'll never get tired of me talking about Elden Ring? Because I feel like that's all I've spoken about today. I never represent, baby. Do no wrong, I could clean up good for you. I know right from wrong, cause I wanna make it. Who gets tired of Elden Ring? I don't know, honestly. Every time I didn't play Elden Ring, back when I was doing my playthrough of it, I would get, like, people in chat that were like, oh, no Elden Ring today? And I was like, no. And they're like, oh, okay. So I guess I get it. Some of y'all are petty as hell, by the way. And while it is funny, y'all good? Alright, we're just gonna... I know you lied. Grab these grapes. I got stuck at the fire giant with my magic build. I gotta brute force it. Oh my god, yeah. Jesus, I fucking hated the fire giant. I didn't get stuck, but I was there for a good solid, like, hour, I think. Fuck that guy, honestly. That guy's a pain in the ass. Me and my homies hate the fire giant. So fucking true, though. I really do be hating the fire giant. Is it an unnecessary amount of hatred? Maybe. But fuck it. If he didn't want me to hate him, he shouldn't have been such a fucking asshole. All I gotta say about it. Oh, I've got so many fucking cranberries. What the hell? Yeah, the fire giant could fucking suck my nards. How much nuts could a fire giant suck if a fire giant could suck nuts? Good question. Fucking pisses me off. Okay, that's what I was trying to grab. Fire giant? More like fire in his nuts. Yeah, honestly. Fire giant? More like you're fired, giant. You fucking suck at your job and you're never gonna get rehired again because I'm never going to give you a glowing recommendation on your resume. Your future boss will call me and ask if you were a hard worker and I'm gonna tell him no. I'm gonna tell him that you fucked my wife. I'm gonna tell him that you stole my children. I'm gonna tell him that it's not on your record, but you're a federal criminal. I'm gonna tell him that you used to sit and jack off in the public bathrooms at work. I'm gonna tell him the most heinous of shit to guarantee that you don't ever get a job again. If the fire giant has no haters, then I'm dead. Fuck that guy. Oh yeah, the music that we do. Anyways, hope y'all having a great day. Just get like super fucking aggressive about it for no good reason. Well, ain't it a fucking good thing that it's winter and so my animals aren't coming out because there's so many broken planks. Alright. Hey, Snooch! Why the hell are you sleeping outside, bud? Potato! Hello! Hi, everybody! Do you have the power of God and anime on your side? Thank you so much for the raid. Gore, can I get a shout out, please? If you're around. If not, I'll do it. It's not that big of a deal. But also, hi! How was your stream? I hope it was good. I hope you had a good time. Oh, you guys were also playing Stardew Valley. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. How has it been going for you? Because I just started. I just switched games. So I'm trying to remember how to play again. But also, hi, Raiders. My name is Tragedy, but everybody just calls me Peach. I am your local Cyberpunk Dog VTuber. I'm a variety streamer. I play a lot of types of games. Stardew Valley is one of my favorites, but I also play a lot of games like Elden Ring and Hades. So if that's something that interests you, feel free to stick around. You're always welcome. Oh, Natato Potato, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. Also, Raiders and Natato as well. If you need to go and eat or grab a drink or take your meds or just go lay down and take a rest, I completely understand. I appreciate you coming anyways. Please take care of yourself first and foremost. I've also been playing Elden Ring recently. Oh, I love Elden Ring. I binged it all about a month ago to get ready for the DLC, and every day I have to fight the urge not to just jump back into it and start playing again. But did you have a good stream? It just takes some time. We were just talking about blackmailing the fire giant for trafficking. Yeah, we sure were, because I hate the fire giant. I hate the fire giant. That boss fight is such a pain in my ass. I'm in year 3 trying to catch up with missing fish. Oh, understandable. I hate the fishing minigame. Unrelated. I hate the fishing minigame. So I don't. I have a fishing mod, so. Wood chipper? I don't want that. Thank you, though. Oh, thank you so much. But outside of my aesthetic mods, that's the only other mod I have. And I literally just use that mod because fishing is so difficult for me for some reason. Hi, Azira. How are you, love? I hope you're doing good. I'm kind of losing my mind a little bit. What's going on here? Yay! Okay, good. I needed that. Ugh. I'm trying to find a song that I actually want to listen to. Yeah, this'll do. Chat likes this one. Chat, y'all gonna bust it down for me? Chat, can we dance? Show off, everybody. Show that you guys know how to dance. I'm here. I'm queer. My back pain is moderate to severe. That is the most relatable thing I've heard all day. I like making chat show off. I think it's really fun. I'm not a big fan of fishing. I'm really bad at it. I am too. So I have the mod because I can't. I'm the worst. Oh yeah, y'all are fucking it up. Who the best? I'm the best. Yeah. Oh yeah, y'all are fucking it up. Get it? I sing in brim bum bum brim bum bum brim bum bum boom. I gotta get y'all more dancing emotes. 3-day weekend for you? Oh hell yes. That is such a win. Oh fuck. I gotta fix all my, as you can see, I gotta fix all my fence posts, but I'll just wait for spring to do that. Or when spring's a little closer. Hey, run it no. Hey, run it no. Core, why are you stepping on people? Bring, bring. There's a rock here. I don't know how I forgot that there's a rock there, but I did. I love watching chat fuck it up. Y'all make me so happy. Okay. We are running on literally thoughts and prayers today, so I need to take this blanket off my shoulders. I'm hot. Who's here? Nobody. That's fine. Oh, goodness. Hold on, I'm taking my jacket off. I'm hot. Okay, there we go. Why is Marnie never here? Fucking, Marnie, I am going to kill you. Catch a squid. Okay, I can do that. I'll do that later, though. I'm gonna commit a felony against Marnie specifically. Tuesday is the way ladies work out said. Oh my god, you're right. It is a Tuesday. I didn't even notice. Ugh. Who's Marnie working out for anyways? Lewis? Whatever, man. Work out for better men, Marnie. Have higher standards, girl. I just make fun of Marnie all the time. I'm sorry. It's almost 2 a.m. Oh my god. Yeah, please go get some rest. Your vibe is great and it's so nice to meet you. Aw, thank you so much. It was really nice to meet you too, and I really do appreciate the raid. So thank you for stopping by. I hope to see you again sometimes. Alright, let's see. What is this? It's just a normal hoe? Okay. Lewis loves himself a thick girl. You think so? Lewis loves the curves. I mean, me too, man. Maybe Lewis isn't all that bad. Oh, God. Yeah, it's just a normal hoe. We gotta get an advanced hoe up in this bitch. We cannot just have a basic hoe in this house. Alright. And anymore. Where did it all go? Oh my god, child. Where's Elliot? He's at home. Okay. Let it go! Let it go! Oh, thank you so much for feeding Gore, Graham. Or thank you so much for feeding Grim, Gore. There we go. Words? I don't know her. Oh, thank you so much for the... I donate to that. Just shoving food in Gore's gob. I want to get more serious. I love you. I love you. Thank you. Okay, cool. We're safe. We're now dating Elliot. We win. I just fed myself. Actually, I need to feed Peach. You don't need to feed me. I'm fine. I'm not hungry, honestly. I'm subsisting off a single waffle that I had at 7:30 in the morning and a snow cone that I had right before stream. It's not a bad life, truly. Stop stepping on me! I'm not hungry! I don't want anything. Thank you for the lurk, Drakina. I'm not hungry. You can go get me whatever you want. I'm not hungry. Yay! Bridge repair! Winter seeds. Oh, Jesus. Here they go. Will you eat whatever I get you? I'm sure, I guess. If you're gonna just hold me at gunpoint about it. Oh, look at how cute this is. I wish you could actually use the stuff in here. Actually, you know what? I do want to listen to this. I've just decided. I'm your dad. I'm your dad. I don't like being held at gunpoint. This is not fun for me. No, I'm your dad. Oh, I'm your dad. Oh, I'm your dad. I'm not gonna pass out at my desk. I'm fine. I'm your dad. I'm your dad. Call me daddy. In my man cave made for sports. Fucking sports! Ores imported to my sports? Oh shit, I'm not gonna make it back. Right, hold on. Enter my fast car, fast car, fast car, fast car. God. Oh, I'm your dad? I feel like I hear Gore doing shenanigans in the kitchen, and I'm scared about what that means for me. What do these shenanigans mean for my health moving forward? I'm your type. And I got a really big dick. Alright. I just realized, for people who have no idea what this song is and are hearing it for the first time, this is definitely an experience. My bad, team. Oh, right. Nobody's around today. Damn it. Who likes cake? Who likes cake? Abigail, Haley, Jas, Marnie, Vincent. I guess I'll give some to I'll give some to Haley. I don't think me and Haley are doing great. Where is Haley? In her house. Okay, yeah, we'll go give some to Haley. Me and Haley haven't really interacted much, and I don't want her to hate me anymore. I don't want to listen to Michael Jackson. He's dead. That's not why I don't want to listen to him. It just is a true fact that he is dead. I realized after I said that, I was like processing the words that just came out of my mouth, and I was like, that makes it sound like you don't want to listen to his music because he's dead. That's not why. But if it was why, would you have a problem with that? Oh my god, her little winter outfit is so cute though. Hey Haley. Have a good one, girl. By the way you came in, your story, I know you're not boring. Oh boy. Does anybody else get like weird knee pain that lasts for weeks? And just doesn't feel like it's ever gonna go away, and so you're just gonna be trapped with it for the rest of your life? Or is that just me? I realized after I said that how crazy it sounded. Also, I know I was talking a little bit ago, but yeah, no, life has been pretty much same old, same old. I've been working my ass off on 2.0, trying to get some stuff done. I got the sketch for my model back about a week ago, so I'm just waiting on some updates on that. I'm working on getting some layouts and stuff done. I've been working on the lore video a lot lately. What else? I bought an adoptable to use for a future stream that's gonna be a secret for now. Y'all don't get to know about it until I'm ready to announce it, so sorry, that one's staying a secret. What else? What else? I don't know. I don't know what else. What is this? Charcuterie board. You did good. I like it. It looks nice. Thank you. Okay, let me move my stuff real quick. Gore brought me a charcuterie board that he made. True love right there. Well, shit. I just dropped my AC thing. My AC remote. It's fine. Gore just brought me a charcuterie board that he made because he loves me. It looks good, honestly. It doesn't look overwhelming to me, which I appreciate. So, I don't know why, but the idea of food today has been really overwhelming to me. Just nothing has sounded good. And I just feel like easily overwhelmed by the idea of eating today. So, I don't know. I'm so scared I accidentally clicked. I know the moment I let go. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Laura. Alright. 1 second. I told Gore I would get rid of all Chris Brown songs. off the playlist. Alright, that one's gone too. But no, I've been working on lore. Oh, and I guess I can talk about this. Because it's, like, more of something I've been working on. I don't think I'm ever gonna, like, make it into merch. But I've been making tarot cards. With the designs being centered around 2.0 lore. I've been starting with the Major Arcana. I'm working backwards. Sorry, I just put a fucking cracker in my mouth. And I don't think I'm ever gonna, like, sell it. But I did want to make some. Just, just to kind of just do it for myself. I don't know if any of that makes any sense, but I just, I wanted to try something new. And I thought it'd be a good way to, like, process the, like, the lore and everything for the 2.0 would be to really force myself to think about, like, all of the characters that are gonna be in the 2.0. Yeah, there's gonna be more characters than just me and Grim, by the way. But yeah, I felt like it was just a good way to get a good idea for who all these people are, and get a good idea for like how I want it to look and be structured and everything. So I've been working on that. And I don't know, I might get it printed just for myself, but it's also one of those things where if, like, a lot of other people seem interested in it, maybe I'll consider looking into getting it made into, like, official merch. But that's only if I like the way it came out and end up getting it printed for myself. Thank you for the pet score. Sorry, I'm, like, snacking now. Killing in the name of. Okay, let's see. They're fixing the bridge! Yay! Sorry, I'm eating now. I always feel guilty when I'm, like, streaming and not talking. I know I shouldn't, but I always do. Because I'm like, I should be talking. I'm supposed to be, like, entertaining people, and instead I'm just sitting here not doing anything interesting. I know it's like, whatever, who cares? There are some streamers who sit in silence for hours. Tell the new viewers about your love of Borrow Wolfman. I mean, you said it right there, baby. Quick and easy. I love Borrow Wolfman. As simple as that. I do go a little feral whenever we play, Elden Ring because, I get a little too excited about the Wolfman. But I think a little too excited is subjective. I think I get the appropriate amount of excited. I need to get rabbits. I didn't put my eggs in the thing. I'm not thinking. Ugh. I need to make my area look nicer. Like, put down, like, paths and everything. I'll probably do that once I'm done with the community center. I'll do, like, a designing stream. Yeah, I didn't see that he could bite you until recently, because when I fought against him, I was, you know, trying not to die. So I was dodging all of those hits. And I found out yesterday via Twitter that he can quite literally bite down on you and like pin you. And I was like, that's my dream, is to be bit and pinned down by a giant wolf man, truly. So yeah. We all know what that means for me. I am unwell is what that means for me. Alright, Marnie. Third day's a charm. Thanks, Queen. Getting pinned by wolfmen? Dreams. It's something that you could only dream of, truly. And toss me to the wolves and I'll come back pregnant is so me, though. And I don't know if it's something I should be proud of. Truly, I'm not sure if it's something I should be proud of or if, like, maybe I should seek therapy. But whatever. I guess at the end of the day, that's up to me. I need to edit that meme for you. Well, first we gotta get art of me pregnant. Which we actually do have for OG Peach, but we don't have for me. Which is really funny to me, by the way. That we have art of OG Peach pregnant, but not Tragedy. I don't know, Tragedy just doesn't come off as somebody who would get pregnant. It's like, a pregnancy wouldn't happen to her. She'd just one day be pregnant. Like, there would be no pregnancy. She would just have a baby one day. Like, you'd look over and there'd be an infant, and you'd be like, what? Where'd that come from? Leapt out of your head like Athena? Like, huh? Alright, let's go talk to Robin about upgrading this fucking barn. She's Mother Mary? Mother Mary got pregnant, sir. Mary was pregnant with Jesus. You know that, right? Mary experienced a whole pregnancy with little Jesus. Alright. Hey, you. I would like a big barn. I would like a big barn. There wasn't sex? Oh, I mean, I guess that's true. Thank you, ma'am. I suppose that is true. I didn't really think about it that way. Well, so unlike Mother Mary, I can see Tragedy fuck him. I just mentally struggled to imagine her pregnant, I think is what it is. Hmm. Oh yes, the rock quarry, my love. I love the rock quarry. Also, there's good finds around here, so. Anyways, I feel like we were just chatting, having a grand old time, you know? I love that for us. I love just having like one stream a week where it's just me hanging out with chat and just chatting and hanging out and catching up with everybody. And like, it doesn't even really have to be like a crazy like hype stream or anything. Like, it can just be us hanging out. Being bros. Living life, loving life. Yeah, how is chat today? Like I said, I don't really have a whole lot of updates. Stream stuff's coming along. It's chugging. It's taking its time. I feel rushed, which is stupid because like I get to decide when I'm like I get to decide when I want to debut and everything. But I feel rushed to get it all done as quick as possible. So, I have to remind myself like to like take it easy a lot. Like I have to be like, don't message that artist about that art. You need to chill. Like and it makes me kind of feel a little goofy. But I'm learning self-control every day. Somehow. Did you know that Mary wasn't a virgin? Virgin used to be an adjective for somebody that was a good person. She only had a virgin birth. Like, she had a whole husband. Yeah, I don't really know. The whole thing's weird. I know the Christian church teaches that she got pregnant with Jesus before she got married to Joseph. Like, they were engaged, and then the angel came to her and was like, "You are pregnant," and she was like, "Shit! But I am unmarried." And he was like, "Well, it was God." And she was like, "Well, guess I can't say no to that." And he was like, "Yeah. Anyways, congrats on your marriage." And she was like, "Yeah, you know what? Thanks, I guess. You may have just ruined it." And they were like, "Nah, Joseph is chill. He's cool with this." And she was like, "Oh, okay, cool." And like that's how they talk about it in like at least the Christian Bible. At least that's how I was taught growing up. So I would be so pissed if God just made me pregnant. Yeah, I would be too. I kind of wanted to kick your teeth in when you made me pregnant, and I wanted the baby. I wanted to be pregnant. But still, it was so unexpected when it happened that I also kind of wanted to kick your teeth in. So I couldn't imagine how bad I'd want to kick God's teeth in. Doing this shit to me, unannounced. Oh, actually, it wasn't even unannounced. You announced it via Angel after it had already happened. Oh god, run. But look at us now. I mean, yeah, we're fine. Oh my god, skull caverns. I always forget about the skull part of skull caverns. Me bringing you charcuterie boards, you streaming for my entertainment. Oh, is that what this is? Go to hell. No! Go to hell. Go to hell. This isn't where I wanted to be. I was just looking. I forgot. Oh, he's about to bite my butt. Did y'all see that man try and bite my butt cheeks? Oh boy. Alright. Bum, 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 ba-dum. So you better be careful, baby. Before you cross my mind. Ooh. Chat, do you want to bite my butt? Gord thinks you want to bite my butt. Chat, he's wrong, right? You don't want to bite my butt, right? 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 Oh, my butt cheeks! Oh, Hades Valstrax. Thank you, Valstrax. Yeah, I said it right the first time. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. Are y'all ready to change from a dog pound to a cult? Lesbian Riz. Are y'all ready for that? Because that's coming. And everybody's hurting. We're going through well. Is he in his house? He won't let me in. Lesbian Riz is coming. I plead the fifth on butt biting. God damn it. Is there anyone here who doesn't want to bite my butt? I plead the 69th to butt biting, sir. Chat, tell Gore he can't flirt with me in public. Somebody remind Gore to have some decorum. Yeah, Gore, you belong to everyone else when I'm streaming, and I belong only to Kay when I'm streaming. Those are the words. Those are the rules. God. Oh, my brain. Do I not have the key to get into the sewers yet? Cat mouse. My governor's hat. That's kind of cute. Them tits are mine. Pa 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 pa. And all you have to do is try. I'm just eating the charcuterie board while I stream, so if I ever just go silent, it's because I'm munching. Gore's trying to trick me into getting calories. How the fuck do I get the key? To go find Krobus. Krubus. I don't remember. Adele, I don't need this sad ass song. Yeah, sure, I'll take this song instead. Tragedy can literally pop titties. I like to imagine that just for fun, she takes like a push pin to her tits and they pop like balloons and then grow back. Just to fuck with people. You know I can't deserve you, baby. You need a real one in your life. Them bitches ain't gonna give you streams that are right. Me it, y'all. About, like, streamers that we know are, like, actually good at streaming. I'm just being very dramatic for no good reason. Alright. Let's see. Stop being mean to yourself? What do you mean? What'd I say? I don't even remember what I just said. I don't even remember what I just said. Did I say I was a bad streamer? I don't remember. I don't know what I just said. Words leave my mouth without a single thought in my brain. Should I say I was a bad streamer? I don't know. I don't know what I said. We're a certified internet funny girl since when? Boy, since when? My copper hoe is ready. Alright. I think I'm... Okay. I'm gonna say something. And I don't want y'all to jump me for it. Chat. Chat. Promise me you're not gonna jump me for the words that are about to leave my mouth. Or else I'm not gonna say it. I need you to promise that once I say the words that I'm thinking, that you are not going to jump me. Pinky promise. I won't say shit until I see at least a single pinky promise in that fucking chat. I refuse. Pinky up? Alright, 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 alright. I'm gonna say something. And I don't want y'all to get on to me about it. But I think that I'm not that funny. I think I'm just obnoxious. I think I'm just slightly annoying. And I think I talk about myself too much. And I think it gets on people's nerves. I think I come off as a little conceited. I think I'm not safe to have in crowds. Don't talk about my Oshi that way, ma'am. Ma'am. Fighting gold. Man, these grapes are gonna make me shit myself. Sorry! Somebody run a poll. Gore, that's your job. What do you mean, somebody? Gore said, somebody run a poll! I don't know how on mobile. Oh, that's fair. Actually, speaking of, hold on. I'm gonna do some ha-has. Hold on. Where is it? Hold on. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. I have to do it on my other page. Oh, wait. I can just do it here. There we go. Alright, problem solved. That's my old poll! Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, you have to do new poll, I believe. Hold on, I got you. Oh shit. Yeah, Kay's got a sword now. There you go. Not you being like, all right, Kay. Hope you're ready to go. It's your job now. Oh no. Oh no, things are going horribly. Oh no. Everything's going to hell. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Alright. I'm just gonna upgrade all my stuff because it's winter and what the fuck else is there to do during winter in this game? Besides upgrading all of your stuff. No, you can run polls on Twitch. I just don't know how. I'm just dumb. I just never really looked it up, or looked into it. Slime egg. Interesting. Mushroom log. Bait maker. Worm bin. Oil maker. Loom. Oh. Well, that's easy. Fiber, pine tar, and wood? Alright. Don't mind if I do. I got so much fucking fiber. And then pine tar? Pine tar. I can make 4. I'll make 4. 1, 2, 3. I can make 3. I'm out of wood. That's fine. No, Twitch does still let you do it. I just don't know how. I never bothered to learn. Why is Ducky sending me reels on fucking Instagram? I'm streaming. She knows this. She was here earlier. Ducky. Ma'am. Alright. I need to go to the town. Oh, thank God. These are done. I guess work on the gold while I'm gone. And I'll put one of you in there. Oh, I've got a shit ton of gold. Well, whatever. And go to the town. We're gonna pick up my copper hoe. And then we're gonna gold my hoe. Oh, we're gonna steal my hoe. Sorry, that sounds not at all like what I was trying to say. I have a duck feather! Elliot whispers a sweet secret into your ear. He wants to fuck me raw. I'm so sorry. Oh God, what is wrong with me? Get it to ya. Get it to ya. Get it to ya. I am unwell. You gotta stop getting down bad for these video game men, but why? Why? Do you even know his last name? I don't think anybody in this town has the last name. I'm gonna be so real with you. I don't even have a last name. Anyways, whatever his last name is, it's about to be mine, so it's fine. Fucking get into it, yeah. You're like in water. Elliot Stardew? Exactly. See, you get the vibe. Gore gets the vibe. Alright, I'm about to do something that's probably a mistake. But it'll be funny, so thank you for the pad score. I'm so bummed that the bark doesn't work. I was so excited for y'all to get to use that today. Static Tokyo! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Aw, you're gonna hurt me? Bitch. The door to open a window. Bow, 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 bow. Ow! You sack of shit. Man, you were right next to that, and that did nothing to you. Excuse me. Like magic wands. Magic, magic, magic wand. This 60-40 isn't working. I need 100 of your time. You're mine. Please don't leave me now. Please don't leave now. Oh my god, are you being so fucking for real right now? Why can't I hit you? Go to hell! Back to hell from whence thee came! Spawn of Satan. Oh, I gotta get good? Alright, I see how it is. Hey, gang. Oh god. There's so many skulls. Oh my god, there's so many! Jesus. Oh my fucking god. Fucking terrifying. Take a look in the mirror. Ha 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 ha. Die. Shit. Bouncing these bitches. Get bounced on my big boobalicious boobies, bitch. Anyways. Anyways. All I really wanted was the golden scythe anyways, so... Look. If I had to count the number of songs that I have on my playlist that became majorly popularized in recent years due to pornography, I would have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot. However, what's the other song? I can't think of it off the top of my head right now, but I do know we have 2. I thought about it the other day and I was like, damn. This song just legit slaps, though. Camel by camel. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, 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 ba. Poor villager. Yeah, she broke his dick, bro. You think you'd recover from that? Broken penis syndrome? Which isn't a real thing. But could you imagine how funny it would be if it was, though? Oh, what? She break your penis? No, poor baby. She broke your penis. Cracked his... Aw, she cracked your cock like it was just a little fucking glow stick? No, that's so unfortunate. Aw. Poor little baby. Got his cock quacked by the sexy kitty cat. Oh my god. Fucking out of pocket. Who lets me speak? And why? Oh boy. The gods made a mistake when they gave me the gift of speech. Perhaps I would have been better off as a mute. Because at least if I were mute, these words would not be leaving my mouth as frequently as they are currently. Oh boy. Alright, we're cracking cocks and breaking wood. Which is pretty much the same thing said twice. Now that I'm thinking about it. Alright girls, it's time to crack some cock and cut some wood. Let's get into it, yeah. Thanks, Gore. We're cracking cocks and taking names, baby! Oh fuck, where's my wood? Sorry, I don't know why I moaned that. Where's my wood? Alright, there we go. You know, sometimes grapes are nice and crispy. Other times grapes are menaces to society. Time to read a book. That didn't do shit for me. The hell was that book supposed to do for me? Oops. Hello, owl. Put that site there for now. What's wrong with those grapes? Nothing. There's like one or two that were kind of squishy. That's all. It's not really a problem. Cause that's life, baby. Thank you for the pet. Is my barn finished yet? Probably not. Alright, let's see. Yes. One of the few country songs we have. That's a good song, though. Why we have it. Will you go with me as we rolled in streets of fire? Would you learn how to me tighter? Down or some got higher. Down, never should have down. You go with me. Fields of clover. Oh, there we go. Would you lay back even closer? It's over. Would it be okay if I never know the way? If I gave you my heart, would you take it and make me the happiest man in the world? If I told you my heart couldn't be one more minute without you, girl. You'd accompany me to the edge of the sea. Let me know if you're really a dream. The farm name? Wolf Hands. It's Wolf Hands Farm. That cock just sounds like you're saying a dick that's hella poggers. Oh, yeah, babe. You got yourself some cracked cock. It is not Wolf Job Farm. The Wolf Hands Farm sounds just as bad, honestly. Wolf Job Farm! Alright, I need some sheep. Oh my god, sheep are expensive. Jilly! Absolutely. I do provide jobs for unemployed wolves. It is very commendable. Thank you for noticing, Dougie. I don't really know. I mean, I guess I gotta save money. What's the fastest way to make money in the winter? Fishing, I guess? I suppose. You can hire all of those jobless borrow wolfmen. That'd be really funny, actually. Ooh. It's too far. There we go. Not far enough. There we go. Jumping up. Jumping up, hope. Bitch. Sorry, that was me realizing I forgot the lyrics to the song. First catch, a lingcod. Lingcod. Nerd. Burp. Nerd. Bow. Bow. Okay, I had to unplug my webcam because I'm just sitting tits out. My boobs are sweaty. So I'm just gonna sit here, titties out. It's fine. No worries. Don't think about it, chat. It's completely fine. Who the fuck did the bird to the party? Beat him up. Beat him up. Beat him up. Broken CD. Oh, Jesus. Weird. Already with tits out is a vibe. Look, I'm toasty, and I don't want to turn on the AC because it's loud. I just hope nobody opens the door. Because the door's not locked, but it's fine. Sometimes you just gotta stream with your tits out, you know? Also, my boobs still make milk, even though I have not breastfed for almost a full year now. So, I don't know. Sometimes sitting tits out is just more comfortable. If I'm honest. Get your tits out. I've already given Elliot 2 gifts. Fuck you. What if I want to give him more? Get on and put name tonight. I don't think I need any of these. The Omega. This is the whole litters. I thought you known better. I've been bucking the pandemics. I've been ducking the social gimmicks. I've been ducking the overnight activists. Yeah. The Omega. That's a four letters. I thought you known better. I've been ducking the overnight activist, yeah. What better me? I don't really need lobsters anymore because he loves me already. Tripping up. Amazing, brother. Pop off, only on occasion, brother. Brace it, brother. Be patient, brother. Show my ass and take y'all to class. I can multitask like Megan, brother. Making no prisoners. This song does make you kind of just want to stomp around. You know what I mean? Like, I know that's what he's doing in the music video, but every time I hear it, it just makes me just want to start stomping. Once again, if you're watching on YouTube, you don't get to know what the song is because you don't watch the streams. Wait. Oh yeah, I can! That's so true. Yeah, new flows did come. They were depressing as hell. No bones, no shit getting... Sorry, it's my favorite line. No hoes ain't shit getting done in this bitch, because he's right. Twitch viewer privilege for sure. Oh. Only Twitch viewers get the joy of hearing my music. VOD watchers just get silence. Mm-mm. Thank you for the pets. My head's starting to hurt a little bit. I don't know why. Rough. Rough life. Rough life. Rough life. Fuck good. Fuck, right? I don't know. Because I barely slept. I'm fine. What's up, Doc? So pickup truck with the I'd rather be fishing license plate cover today, and I forgot Stardew Valley fishing wasn't the only fishing that exists in the world. That's very you, Ducky. I believe that very much. I forgot to donate this hand. Excuse me, gang. Hope you're all having a good day. Me as a Twitch viewer hearing my dick is big. What? What? Did I say that? I don't recall. Ah. Down on the fish. Very good. Twitch viewers are all chads with the biggest, fattest dicks. True, I agree, actually. You watch my streams on Twitch, you've got the biggest cock in the world. Jesus. This is just what my life is now. Just telling my chat that they've got fat cocks. But only if they watch me on my preferred streaming service. The Twitch followers are tragedy special little guys. That is so true, actually. I forgot I had this song. It is a shame, because it's a banger. Yeah, if you want to be a special little guy for me, be a Twitch viewer. Simple as that. I love being like, simple as that. Leave everything you've ever known behind. Watch me on my preferred streaming site. I should probably just work on more on trees and... Yeah, become a boner while you're still able to be a boner, because y'all are getting new names after the 2.0. Fun fact, y'all will not be called boners after the 2.0 anymore. I wonder how many people would immediately unfollow if I made my follow line after somebody followed. Oh my god, thank you so much for following. Welcome my little boner. Like, do you think like I'd get so many people who would immediately unfollow? Right as you said that, my dad walked in saying, "What you watching there?" Hi, Ducky's dad. Sorry. Gotta be Saiso. Oh, I don't know how to be. It feels wrong. Also, the music is not Saiso either. I'm a savage. Sassy, moody, nasty. Sassy, moody, nasty. Turn on Kids Bop? No! I'd rather die. I would rather perish in an enclosed space. Okay, I feel like I'm just desperately trying to get through the winter. I feel like that's all the winter is in this game. I should buy the smoker recipe. Fish. Should probably do that. I'd make more money that way. Deliver an amethyst to Emily? Suppose I could. Yes. Hello, Rosina. Live long and prosper, little Raz. Well, I'm gonna have to start redecorating in here soon. Trim it up in there a little bit. Because once they have auto feeders, it won't really matter. Gotta grab milk from the ladies first, and then I don't think the goats have milk today. They do not. Give everybody head paps. Head paps, head paps. And we're just gonna come over here. Restock on that hay. Why not? Why not? Why not? I should upgrade my water pail too. I just realized. I go do that. Say so. Got to roll with. Got to focus. I mean, the goal is to not have to use my water pail at all this next season, but you never really know for sure, so. Sorry, I'm trying to process my thoughts. That's why I'm just making little faces. I'm trying to process my thoughts right now. My brain is like fried. No. There's that. Oh, fuck yes! I'm a winner. Alright, we're gonna fucking trade this real quick. Just like Marie Antoinette. Another little skelly man. Okay. I meant to put those back in the mines. I should probably do that. Oh, no. Killer Queen. Every time I have a thought, I like circle back and do something else. I'm the worst at this. I need to bring... Don't worry about why I'm digging through the trash. Pay attention to yourself. Where the fuck do I get the... Hold on. Seed maker, mayonnaise machine, cheese press, scarecrow, bee house, keg, torch chest, nest dehydrator, wood fence. Okay. Oh, I think I buy it from Willy, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Shit. Fuck. Oh, god damn it. Powder melon seeds, not really what I need. Sorry, I'm like trying to be entertaining, but also like I'm trying to process what I need. So my brain is chugging. If steam could come out of my ears, I think it would. Unfortunately. Manifest your thoughts out loud. I'm trying. I just keep trying to remind myself of like what I need to do. So I'm like, okay, I need to go do this. Wait, but then I need to go do this. Wait, but actually, it's Emily, right? So I'm like panicking in my brain a little bit. Good time, babe. Oh, Emily. From who? Not this woman kissing me. Because I gave her a gift from another man. Like, Emily, we doing alright, girl? Yeah, she does. She gives you a smooch. Yes, Clint should have fucking given her his own gift. Left me out of it. I'm looking for fingers. Y'all have any fingers? Take the sea urchin. Y'all have any fingers? No fingers? Alright. I'm looking for fingers that stick out of the ground for no nefarious reason. I'm just curious about them. He is such like the singer of the song. He has like such a youthful voice. It's crazy to me. What you got in there? Ooh. That'll be good for the next season. I kind of love these like surprise boxes. I always seem to get like really nice stuff out of them. God, I can't even bend my knee without like severe pain. What the fuck is going on with me today? I am fighting for my life, unfortunately. Also, my butt cheeks are numb. I don't really know what that means for me, but it is, however, the fact of the matter. I'm just looking for fingers. I want more things to break. No! I don't want chat to bite my butt. Stop asking chat to bite my butt. The violation of all things right with the world. Lone Phantom, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I'm just telling chat not to bite my butt. You know, usual activities in a stream. Is it Lone X or is it just Lone? Lone X. I always ask how to properly pronounce people's names. The dog eat dog world. Don't bite my butt! No! Everyone wants to bite my butt! I'm okay. I just had my first official meal of the day. And I'm hot. I'm like sweating. And I'm really tired. But I'm good. I said all that like it was a complaint. It's not. It's just a fact. It's very eepy vibes, yeah. The way you make me feel really turn me on. Knock me off of my feet. My lonely days are gone. Thank you for the pet. Nobody's allowed to bite my butt. Gore's trying to give people permission to bite my butt and I'm telling him to fuck off. Let's see. That's a reference to Michael Jackson's song Working 9 to 5. No. Dolly Parton's song Working 9 to 5. Jesus. My brain. I'm fighting for my life, man. Yay, I love the ancient doll. It's my favorite. Fucking creepy ass bitch. Oh yeah, fuck it up. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. Get it, Abigail. Level up, level up, level up. But your butt has a built-in defense mechanism. Just give people pink eye. True. James from Team Rocket got the rhythm! Why would you say that about her? I'm afraid of, and I can go on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Level up, 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 level up. Yummy all in your tummy. Do y'all want this yummy all in your tummy? I know you do. Chat, do you want this yummy all in your tummy? Cute pet tidbit. When I tucked Nim into bed, she immediately started with her little baby gurgly noises. Aww. Look, it's fine. She's so cute. Okay, so I'm gonna be so real with y'all. Merlin, I love him dearly. He has been so anxious. So I have to make a vet appointment for him Monday. Because they're closed over the weekend. I should have done today, but today was just not my day. I have to make a vet appointment for him so he can go get on anxiety medication, because ever since the kitten came home and ever since the baby came home, he's just been super anxious. Like, everything stresses him out. So I have to get him anxiety medication. But the thing is that he is just really poorly bred. He's 7. And I'm starting to think he probably won't make it to 10. Which I'm really sad about. I literally cried about it the other day. And so I have been like, I don't need another dog. Dogs are a lot of work. And I have a baby. So I probably won't get another dog until I want a second kid. So I probably won't get another dog until my kids are like older. However, the breeder that the Maine Coon that we live with, our roommate's Maine Coon, her breeder has a Maine Coon that looks exactly like my current cat. However, she's super expensive. And a part of me is like, but she's the same age as Nova, who's our Maine Coon cat. And a part of me is like, I could get this other Maine Coon so that Nova will have somebody to play with. Because right now she's been playing really rough with the little boy that lives here. And it's like getting on his nerves. And he's been really struggling with it. And so I was like, maybe if we got another cat. Because my cat doesn't like her. My cat doesn't like kittens. I was like, so maybe if we get another cat, Nova will play gentler with the boy because she's got another cat to play with that's her age and her size. And so a part of me is like, I could buy this cat. I could get myself this cat. With the knowledge that Merlin probably has 3 years left. 3 to 4 years left. And that way we'd have just another animal to pour our love into should he pass. But both the people in this house have told me that if I buy a cat from this woman, they would both be very mad at me because we're saving up money to move out. And I'm like, I don't want everybody to be mad at me, but I also have to acknowledge the fact that my dog's probably not going to live for very much longer. And Bunny really likes cats. I would join the crazy bird owner club. I love birds. But unfortunately, we do have a cat who does like to hunt birds. So for their safety, I'd rather just not until I'm cat free. But Bunny loves cats. She calls both the cats in the house her babies. And she follows them around. She lets them play with her. Like, she loves cats. And so I just think that it would be beneficial for her to have a kitten of her own that she could grow up with. Because if this kitten lives to be 20, which cats in my family live to be 20 for whatever fucking reason. So if this kitten lives to be even like 15, that cat will pass when she's in high school, you know? Like, she's 1 now. That cat will pass away if it lives to be 15 when she's 16. So, like, that's not a bad deal. You know what I mean? And that means she won't ask me for a dog for forever. Because she's got a cat. Plus, I don't want my kids asking me for a dog because I have a specific dog breed that I want, and I can't guarantee that my kids are gonna want the same dog breed, and so I'd have to end up with a dog breed I don't want. I don't think it will, but I can hope. I can hope. I can have hope. But I gotta take my cat to the vet first this week and make sure that she's doing alright, because she's been peeing outside of her litter box for whatever reason lately. And so I need to make sure that she's okay. I have to take care of the pets I already have. Make sure she doesn't have like a UTI or something. Though I will say, if something is wrong with my cat and she does pass, I will more likely than not be taking a little bit of time off stream because that cat is my baby. I found her under a bridge when she was just a couple weeks old, and I've had her ever since. And I would literally be distraught if she passed. I don't really feel like a great dog parent or pet parent recently, just because ever since Bunny has come home, I've just been so focused on her that like I've kind of neglected them a little bit. I will say I did get Marcy an auto feeder recently so that it takes a little bit of the pressure of making sure everybody's fed off of me in the mornings, which has been pretty helpful, I will say. But Marcy is struggling and I don't know what's up with her, and she's overweight and I need to help her lose weight, and so that's also why she has an auto feeder. But poor Merlin, I feel like, has really just been pushed to the back burner since Bunny's come home. And it's not done intentionally at all. It's just we've been so busy with her all the time. We only recently started going for walks with him again. And then the weather started to warm up, and so now we don't really unless it's nice out or cloudy. And I don't know, I just feel really bad. I feel like he's been kind of pushed to the wayside while I've been trying to figure out how to be a mom. Plus, he insists on licking Bunny's face constantly, so motherfucker has to be put on the opposite side of the house from her, because if not, he'll sit there and lick her face all day, and she opens her mouth and just lets him, because they're disgusting. Menaces. He is just trying to help, and he's the sweetest, but his anxiety has gotten out of control. If the cat's, like, if Marcy hits Nova, because Nova wants to play with Marcy so bad, and so when Nova gets too close, Marcy will growl and hiss at her, and every time he hears it, he loses his shit. Like, he freaks out, barks, panics. The kitten, I can tell, makes him nervous. She'll, like, jump at his face. They cannot be left unsupervised together, just because we don't know what he'd do. He's already tried playing with her like she's a dog, and we're worried about him hurting her because she's only 5 pounds to his 80. And it feels almost never-ending with him, and I hate to say it because of how much I love him, but he is the problem right now. Like, because of the way he freaks out and the way he panics, it's like impossible to introduce him to Nova properly, and it feels impossible, at least, to, you know, just try and manage things, because he can't be left with the baby, but he also can't be left with the cat, with the kitten, and so he spends so much of his time kind of just locked in the kitchen, and then I feel really bad about it. So I stay up late and I sit out on the couch with him in the living room at night. And I can tell that he enjoys that, but like it's not the same, you know? And so I don't know, I just feel guilty all the time that, like, I can't currently give him the freedom and attention that I know that he deserves. But I also can't, like, I would hate the idea of rehoming him. Like, I would hate to rehome him. But if I could find somebody who would give him the space and attention and love that he deserves, while also being able to financially manage his medical issues, I would in a heartbeat. Not because I don't love him, but because I want what's best for him, and I don't feel like I'm what's best for him anymore, unfortunately. I just feel so overwhelmed with the responsibility of a dog, when I have never felt that way about him before, because I have always just been me, him, and Gore, and Marcy. And Marcy's so easy. She's a cat, you know? She just hangs out. But recently, the weight of dog ownership has just been weighing very heavy on me, and it makes me feel very guilty. Because I love him so, so much. He's one of my babies. But we're kind of on this place where we're just waiting out his health. And it's like a ticking bomb that we're just waiting on because, like, once he passes, things will be easier. And I hate saying that, you know? I don't know. It's a very complicated situation. No, you didn't speed blitz me. It's fine. I just kept talking. You brought up pets, and I was thinking about it, and so I just kind of kept talking. But it was also a thought I was having before stream, too, because I was reminding myself that I have to, make vet appointments for them and everything. So I was also already kind of thinking about it prior to everything, prior to starting stream. I don't know. I love him more than life itself. Y'all know that. I did a whole stream just to raise money for his vet bills, but his issues are chronic, unfortunately. After he got sick really bad that one time where I needed y'all's help to pay that vet bill, unfortunately he has to be on a special diet now, which is over $100 a month on food. And just his life is a lot more managed now. Like, he has to eat a specific amount at specific times a day with specific food, and at any time that illness can overtake him again, and we'd have to pay out of pocket that much money again. And it's one of those situations where me and Gore recently had a conversation where it's like, as much as we love him, he was suffering when he was sick. Like, it was bad. And then he had to spend like 2 or 3 days at the vet on IVs, and he was just miserable. And if that's just gonna keep happening to him, I think we've come to the agreement that next time he gets that sick, we're just gonna let him go. And thank God it hasn't happened. He's yet to get that sick, but we had that kind of scare the other night because he started throwing up out of the blue, and that's usually the first sign that something's like that his illness is starting up again. And so we were like, oh shit, like we're gonna have to make that call. And luckily it turned out, I think he just ate something that upset his tummy. As much as I try to keep him from Bunny's food, she likes to try and feed him off her high chair, and so it's a pain in my ass sometimes, those two. They're good though. Like, they're both my children. I love them dearly. I don't know. I'm just in this uncomfortable situation where I'm waiting for an animal that I love dearly to pass because it would make my life easier, and that's a horrible thing to say out loud, but Bunny trying to raise your blood pressure every day, man. She started running recently. I'm fucked. She runs now. Like, what? She's not even 1.5 years yet, and she's running! You should see the way she books it when she has something in her hands that she knows she's not supposed to have. Shit's ridiculous. I didn't mean to put the baguette in there. God damn it. Ugh. We're just gonna go to bed early. Fuck it. I need money, so. I really do love him. Like, I love him to an insane degree, honestly. That dog has put me through a lot. And I love him insane. Like, insanely. It's just hard. Being in a place where the animal that you love the most is, like, causing the most amount of issues with the way you live. It's just difficult, because I love him so much and I hate seeing him as a problem, but, like, recently that's what he has been, and it's the worst. Can I bite? No! Stop trying to bite me! Stop it, or I'm taking y'all to prison. I'm gonna get you. Gatekeeping is cringe. Gatekeeping my butt? Gatekeeping my butt is cringe? Is that what you're telling me right now? S S S S M M M M M M. I need to clean back here this weekend. Gatekeeping the ability for chat to bite me? Whatever. It's my butt. I like it. Alright. Oh, I do have shears. Okay, cool. I couldn't remember if I bought shears or not yet. I guess I did. The more you know. Sorry, I'm chewing on my finger. I just realized how stupid that makes my model look. Cherries? Yeah, sure. More granites? Alright. Why would you become a sexy dog girl online if it wasn't to have your butt bitten? I don't know. Self-esteem? Have you ever attempted to raise your own self-esteem by being sexy on the internet? I mean, me either. Shit. I forgot about the festival. Alright, well let's go get this out of the way. God, every time I hear this song now, I just think of that fucking TikTok. How long will I slide? Thank you for the pets, Nick. How are you doing? In my throat is all I'd ever... Oh, Willie will lose today. Valley's going pretty good, honestly. I'm just kind of hanging out. Fishing. Chatting. Talking about pets and animals and all the good stuff. Wife dragged me into the cold for this. He pelted you with a snowball? And then came over to ask if you're okay, and that's what makes him a gentleman? That's like the bare minimum of what I expect him to do in this situation. I don't know what I just answered. Snow Coon is what she called the cat. That's super cute. I read that as Snow Goon because I was clicking so quick. And I was like, what? Oh yeah. Chat was talking about wanting to bite my ass, so. Adzon. All I ever. Not Harvey being like, don't die, you're gonna be cold. She wants to know if I'm still a slut! Chat, are y'all still a slut? Are y'all still sluts? Yay or nay? The fuck do you mean you don't know how to fish? Grab the rare crow. Ooh, all scones. Very nice. I don't really need a Christmas tree. Thank you. I do, however, like sconces, so... Can't turn down this fucking woman. Anyways, let's get this fishing over with. I'm ready. Let's compete. These bitches can't beat me. Can't believe chat's full of ass eaters. You're one of them. What you mean? Where am I? Alright, let's go! God, I'm such a great fisher. Nobody's gonna be able to beat me. I'm so fucking good. Hold on, we need some amp music. No, not that. Yeah. Let's get it, gang. Best fisher in the West. Sorry, that sounded weird. My power, my power. They'll never take my power, my power, my power. They meal away. Oh wow. They feel away. Oh wow. They'll never take my power, my power, my power. They'll never take my power, power, my power. They feel away. Oh wow. They feel away. Oh wow. I was always in the mean. Everything so much rage from a queen. Being so far, where's the machine? Get it, 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 get it. Fishing, 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 fishing. We love to cheat. Fishing, fishing, fishing. Damn! Sorry, I just saw how big Abigail's boobs are, and suddenly I regret not marrying Abigail. Look at her fucking breasts in that top! I am the ultimate MILF, so true. Man, I love to fish. That was a purple fish? What the fuck? I win. Abigail's. The herb. Y'all ain't gonna beat me. I don't want to. I love Elliot. I got 12 big slimy fish, baby. Hell yeah. I love having 12 big slimy fish. The slime makes it hotter, honestly, in my opinion. Well, time to head home. Shit, we gotta go gather. We cannot afford to lose money. Shit. Whatever. Gila memo. Alright. Thick and creamy! I mean, fucking same, I guess. Sorry, all I saw was that they described the mayonnaise as thick and creamy, and hell yeah, boy. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother, thick and creamy. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Sometimes you just need some thick and creamy, if you know what I mean. Up. Yeah, but or shot. Violation. Like on Bakugo, turn the show to fuck. Oh yeah, bitch, I'm about to pop. Bitch, you know I'm about to blow up. I don't need these hands. I don't need no fucking. Oh yeah. Like on Bakugo, turn that show to fucking smoke. Yeah. Sorry. The idea of like singing it like it's like an opera performance is kind of funny to me. Since My Hero Academia is ending soon, I just need it to be known that Bakugo Katsuki is one of my favorite characters. Katsuki Bakugo. I fucking hated him when the series started, but he grew on me. Which is how you know Horikoshi is not a bad writer, considering I fucking hated him. I was like, he's mean, he's a bully, I hate him. Now I'm like, hey baby. Bakugo's had an amazing arc. Bitch, get over here, let me milk you. Yeah, I understand feeling that way about Endeavor, honestly. Endeavor is not one of my favorite characters. However, I will say he is a monster of a man who is trying to be a better father. And I can't hate it. I can't. Yeah, I don't think he's forgivable, in my opinion. But God, is his arc perfect. Also, to be able to say the line, My Hero Academia is ending soon, is definitely a little insane for me, I think. Considering it started when I was in high school. And has always been there, like since freshman year in high school. Me naked, naked, naked. Me a chat. I know y'all want to see me naked, naked, naked. I won't do. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 thoughts. With you, all I get is wild thoughts. Damn! My bad. I didn't need to that. Cookies for the baking, that's the line. I, for some reason, was like pussy for the baking, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. Ooh, yeah, I remember what I was doing. I'm buying a dehydrator. So I can dehydrate some fish. Really? Willikers. I would like a fish smoker, please. Alright, what do I need to build it? Cremation. That man's trying to cremate me? Sea jelly, river jelly, cave jelly. Oh, fuck me. Sea jelly, river jelly, cave jelly. Okay. Alright, let's see how much jelly we can get. Hold on, let me see. I'm with you, all I get is wild thoughts. I will say there are some arcs in My Hero Academia that are better than others. I really like Toga's. I think Toga's ended perfectly. I know a lot of people are really upset about Tomura's, about the way his ended. Personally, I think it was fine. But he was never really my favorite to begin with, so... I need sea jelly. Give me the jelly. I need jelly, please. Please, God. God Almighty. Lord Jesus. I need some jelly. Please, the Weeknd is singing while he's trying to fuck me. He's humping his way towards me, threateningly. I just need sea jelly. Please, this song was on the 50 Shades of Grey album. Somebody protect me from Abel the Weeknd. Love you, girl, the way you need. Somebody call the cops. Somebody call CPS. Somebody call the pound. Truly would rather be locked in a kennel at the pound than to ever fuck Abel the Weeknd. I do not find that man attractive. Very sorry to Abel the Weeknd if he is listening. That'd be super weird. Fucking I'm the Weeknd's Oshi. The Weeknd's official Oshi. Cyber Peach Girl. He's what you want. He's what you want. He's what you want. I'm what you need, what you need, what you need, I'm what you need. Oh my lord. Sorry, I have my hand in front of my face. I'm fixing my septum ring. A septum. I should add a septum to my model, considering I have one and she doesn't. I want to see the Weeknd wearing a merch shirt for you. Oh, I gotta make merch shirts first. I should make merch shirts. I really want to make merch for 2.0, but I'm fighting for my life to find a company that wants to work with me, so... Which is so weird, because I had merch companies reaching out to me prior to Tragedy. Like, back when I was Peach, and now not a single company reaches out to me. And when I reach out to other companies, I get left on red. It makes me very sad. I do not like it. Here's what you... Here's what you want. Here's what you want. Here's what you want. I'm what you need. Jelly? Damn it. There's not a single ounce of jelly in here. Give me jelly. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh. Strawberries. I feel like The Weeknd does not fuck good, but he thinks he does. Absolutely, you'd absolutely be correct. I feel like The Weeknd is a horrible lay. I feel like he'd just get high off coke and would just fucking jackhammer, and it would be the worst. Again, sorry, The Weeknd. I'm just speaking based off my opinion. Do not send me a cease and desist. I have never actually had sex with you. Ooh, commissions! Sorry, I just got an update on my art commission. He's just been rubbing your vulva? I hate that you're right. I hate that you're right. Sorry, I love worse than being like, I have been lurking, and that is the worst fucking thing you could have told me. Breathe me in, breathe me out. I don't know if I could ever go without. Sorry, I just saw that one of my commissions got moved to in progress on VGen, and I want a nut. So... Hold on. I got an art update. I know this is unprofessional of me to check art updates live while I'm still live. I'm gonna be so frank with you. I do not care. I need to go look. I need to go look. Oh my god. I'm over 4 hours now. Okay, that's fair. Hold on. I'll show. I'll give y'all a little teaser. Y'all want a little teaser? Y'all want a little teaser? Okay, hold on. I'll give y'all a little teaser. Hold on. You want a little teaser? There it is. There it's gone. It's gone again. Hold on. You want a little more? Boop. Boop. Okay, it's gone again. Oh my goodness. I'm so excited. I was getting ketchup. Oh my god. Oh, y'all are so funny. This shit's hot. Y'all want to see it one more time? I'll let y'all see it one more time. Okay. Boop. Boop. Okay, it's gone. I'm in love with it. It's so good. All right. The biteable curves. Y'all are goofs. God, I'm so hot. Sorry, looking at that made me start sweating physically. I got so excited that I'm sweating. I'm also like, y'all can't hear, but I'm like, one of my hands is going. Gore knows what I mean by that. Ooh, sea jelly. All right, bet. Okay, we got the sea jelly. Goofers unite. Gooners unite. Y'all are such goons. Third word, did you get to see it? I gotta go to a river. Okay, good. Sorry, one of my hands is just going. Gore knows what I mean by that when I say that. It's got Peach fapping live. Hell yeah, it does, brother. I get good art, I immediately have to jack off. Oh my god, this is so dumb. You know how it is. Sometimes a girl gets good art and has to jack off. I don't know about y'all, but I'm edging. Kristen, I don't know about y'all, but I'm getting close. I'm gonna pre, dude. I'm gonna pre. Live on stream, I'm gonna pre. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, we are menaces, all of us. Where do I get the cave jelly from? Like, what cave do I have to fish in? Get cave jelly. I should look that up. I'll probably deal with it next time on stream, honestly. Ooh, I got a link card. Ooh, a link card. God, I'm sweating. My hands are going. God, my underboob sweat is unreal. I'm so beautiful. God, my waist is snatched, my tits are large. My waist is snatched, and my tits are large. Oh, God. Oh, face on the VTuber model. Ah! That's stupid. Alright, let's head back to the house. I got too much shit in my pockets. I don't know about y'all, but I'm getting ready to pray. I don't know why my voice got like a little raspy, a little stuttery there. I got a pocket full of penis. No. No, I'm telling myself no on that one. Sorry, sometimes you just have to shut yourself down. I want my sconce, and I want my hat. I want to be a little sailor. Oh, fuck yeah. Hey guys, see the comm again? I'm asking for a friend. Depends, what are you gonna do? You gonna pray? You gonna shit and cum? You piss yourself, maybe? Oh, thank you so much for the stretch, Drakina. I hope you're having a great day. Oh. Also, welcome back from your lurk. I did take a nice big stretch just for you. Oh. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, God knows I need it. Fucking thirsty as hell over here. I'm a thirsty fucking bitch. But only for myself, apparently. Friday night streams get lewd. No! Friday night streams just sometimes give me, beautiful things that I love. Sconce. Gorgeous. And potato, same. My baby's got a gun, my baby's got a gun, my baby's got a gun, na 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 na. Okay, I'll show it off one more time. Y'all want to see the art one last time, chat? I'll be nice. I'll let y'all see it one more time if y'all would like. My daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun, gun. Alright. I'll show y'all one more time. One more time. Gooner's a symbol. A symbol. Alright, Gooners, are we here? Raise your hands if you're here. Raise your hands in chat if you're here, okay, Gooners? Raise your hands. Everybody raise your hands, be polite. I have a waving emote that y'all can use to raise your hands. What are we doing? It's free. I have a free wave emote that you all can use. Followers can use it too. It's fine. It's under wave, not... Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Sorry. Okay. Alright. You ready? 3, 2, 1. There it is! There it is! Woo! There it is! There it is! Look at how beautiful! Look at how beautiful! Okay, there it goes. When that art piece is done, it will be, when that art piece is done, it will be animated. And will be used as one of my, starting soon, ending soon BRB screens. Yes, it will be animated once it's done. I'm getting 3 animated pieces. I already have one, which I've showed y'all in the past, but I'll show y'all again just in case y'all forgot. I'll show y'all again just in case y'all forgot. It's been a minute. Oops, I forgot. Because it's animated, I have to upload it as a media. I forgot. I have this one. I have this one that is already animated. If you look real close, you can see that me and Grim are breathing. You can actually see that me and Grim are breathing. I am blinking. Grim will blink as well. This is going to be my BRB screen, I believe. I am pretty in love with it. But yes, and then I'm also getting a starting soon screen and an ending soon screen, and those are going to be animated as well. And both of those are already in the works. They're both being in the works. I should receive a sketch for one some point this week, and I just received the sketch for the other right now, live on stream. So, yes, Gooners, be ready. Your destiny is on the horizon, and those tits do be jiggling. So, be ready for that, Gooners. It's your destiny is on the horizon, and it is visible. And what you can see across that vast horizon are the most jiggliest tits you've ever seen in your life. Okay, let me see. 1 second, I'm looking at something. Trying to figure out what I want to do here. Okay, I think I'm gonna raid my friend Barg. I raided her recently. But Barg is currently drawing, and I'm gonna have Barg actually, whenever she opens her commissions next, don't tell her I said this, by the way. She doesn't know I want to do this. But whenever she opens her commissions next, I am planning on, asking her to, do some, wolf art for Tragedy. So you guys can get some sexy, nice wolf art for Tragedy later on. But that's once she opens her commissions. I don't want to rush her. Anyways, like I said, I will not be streaming tomorrow because I will be going to my cousin's graduation. However, I will be back the day after, which I believe is Sunday. And we will be probably playing another Crab's Treasure. So if y'all want to watch me scream and lose my mind and choke on my own spit, show up for that. Thanks for coming. I had a great time with everyone. I love y'all. Have a good night. And say hi to Barg for me, alright? Bye-bye.